Maybe you imagine someone standing in a pristine, sun-dappled forest, communing with nature, pointing out different species of birds. It seems like a peaceful, almost idyllic job, right? A way to escape the noise and chaos of our world for the tranquility of the wilderness. But the truth is, our national parks and forests are some of the last truly wild places on Earth. And for the men and women who patrol these vast, isolated territories, the job is often anything but peaceful. They're the first responders deep in the backcountry, miles from any backup. They deal with poachers, missing persons, and the raw, unpredictable power of nature. But sometimes they encounter things that aren't in any field guide, things they can't explain. Strange lights in the sky, unsettling sounds that echo through the trees when no one else is around, and sights that defy all logical explanation. In this clip, we're diving into some of the most chilling and inexplicable stories shared by the very people who guard our wilderness. These aren't just campfire tales. They are first-hand accounts from seasoned rangers that will make you think twice about your next hike. So, turn down the lights, get comfortable, and prepare to hear what really lurks in the woods. Here are the most terrifying forest ranger stories. My name is Alicia Chen. On official Park Service documents, I am Ranger A. Chen Badge 734, assigned to the majestic and daunting landscape of Yosemite National Park. My professional life, up until a point, was governed by the reassuring certainty of procedure. I believed in manuals, in regulations, in the observable facts that formed the bedrock of my training at the academy. I understood the language of the wilderness through the lens of science, biology, geology, meteorology, because in effect were the pillars upon which my world rested. Or they were until the day I saw the waterfall. It wasn't Brettevale, with its delicate, misty descent. It wasn't the thunderous power of Yosemite Falls, a landmark as reliable as the granite cliffs themselves. This was something else entirely. I was on a routine solo patrol on the valley floor, a standard circuit designed to monitor trail conditions and wildlife activity. The air was crisp, carrying the clean, sharp scent of ponderosa pine and damp earth. My boots, still not fully broken in, crunched rhythmically on the gravel path. Everything was by the book. Then I saw it, across the valley, nestled between two colossal granite monoliths that should have been nothing but bare, sun-baked rock. A cascade of water erupted into existence. For a moment, my mind tried to normalize it, to categorize it as perhaps a new, unmapped spring released by some minor seismic shift. But then it did the impossible. The water flowed up. It wasn't a trick of the light or an optical illusion caused by heat haze. I saw a brilliant silver ribbon of water, defying the most fundamental law of nature. It climbed the rock face, a silent liquid serpent ascending towards the sky. The spectacle lasted for no more than 3, maybe 4 heart-stopping seconds before it vanished. It didn't recede or dry up, it simply ceased to be, as if a film had been abruptly cut. The silence it left behind was profound, heavier and more complete than the quiet that had preceded it. My first reaction was purely procedural. I raised my binoculars, my hands steady despite the tremor I felt deep in my chest. I scanned the rock face, expecting to see a dark, wet streak, evidence of the water's brief, impossible journey. There was nothing. The granite was bone dry ancient. I checked my GPS, confirming my location. I consulted the topographical map clipped to my board. Solid rock, no known aquifers, no hidden springs, and certainly no notations about gravity, defying water features. The manual had detailed protocols for bear encounters, for lost hikers, for sudden rock slides and flash floods. It offered no guidance for when the laws of physics decided to take a brief, terrifying holiday. How do you report a mirage? How do you log an anomaly that spits in the face of rational thought? Fort 2032 hours cited an event inconsistent with known hydrological and gravitational principles. Recommend geological survey for potential localized reality failure. I could practically hear the condescending laughter from the station chief's office. So, I said nothing. My report for that day was pristine, professional, and a complete lie of omission. It noted trail conditions, a brief sighting of a mule deer herd, and nothing more. That night, sleep offered no escape. I pored over archival maps and geological surveys in the park's digital database, some dating back to the late 19th century. The area was designated as a solid, unbroken expanse of the Sierra Nevada batholith. It was, for all intents and purposes, one of the most stable and well-documented pieces of rock on the continent. The days that followed were subtly poisoned by that memory. The familiar comfort of the park began to curdle into a low, grade dread. The wilderness, which had once felt like a place of serene, ordered solitude, now felt like a place of watchful, intelligent concealment. My compass would spin lazily in my hand whenever I patrolled that same section of the valley. I'd hear whispers on the wind that sounded unnervingly like my name, only to turn and find nothing but the sibilant rustle of black oak leaves. One afternoon, I returned to my patrol vehicle, which I had parked at a designated trailhead, to find a perfect, small circle of smooth river stones placed meticulously on the center of the hood. They were cool to the touch and dark, the kind found miles away in the bed of the Merced River. This wasn't a prank by a tourist. The trailhead was deserted. The path to the river was long and arduous. The act felt deliberate, symbolic. A message. I decided to cautiously breach the topic with Dave Sanderson, a senior ranger whose face was a topographical map of the park itself, etched with 30 years of sun and worry. He was the kind of man who seemed to have grown out of the granite, rather than being assigned to it. Over the acrid coffee in the break room, I mentioned seeing some odd light effects and atmospheric distortions on the valley floor. I kept it vague, clinical, testing the waters. Dave took a long, slow sip of his coffee, his gaze fixed on something far beyond the grimy window. "The park has its moods, Chen," he said, his voice a low rumble. "It's old, older than us, older than the trees, older than the mountains themselves, some say. You see things, you hear things. The smart ones, they see it, they nod, and they walk on." He finally looked at me, his eyes holding a depth I couldn't fathom. Don't go poking what doesn't want to be poked. His advice was a direct contradiction to every instinct my training had instilled in me. A ranger's job is to observe, to record, to understand. To leave a mystery unsolved felt like a dereliction of duty. I had to know. One night, under a sliver of a crescent moon that offered little comfort, I drove my truck as close as the service road would allow. I hiked the rest of the way, the beam of my high, powered flashlight cutting a nervous, dancing path through the oppressive, absolute dark. The air grew cold, unnaturally so, the kind of damp chill that seeps into your bones. When I finally reached the base of the granite wall where the waterfall had appeared, I swept my light across its surface. My breath hitched in my throat. Etched into the rock, in a place I had scrutinized with binoculars and found bare, was a mark. It wasn't an ancient petroglyph left by the Awanachichi people. The edges were too sharp. It looked fresh carved. It was a single, intricate, spiraling symbol like a coiled serpent or distorted galaxy. And in the very center of it was a handprint. It was small, far too small for an adult. As my rational mind struggled to process the impossibility of it, a sound drifted down from the top of the cliff high above me. It was the sound of a child's laughter. It wasn't the joyful, carefree sound you might hear on a playground. This was thin, hollow, and ancient, a sound that carried no joy, only a chilling, predatory emptiness that echoed in the vast, dark silence of the valley. And I knew, with a certainty that froze the blood in my veins, that I was the one being poked. Panic is a poor field guide, but in that moment, it was my only companion. The child's laughter, a sound utterly devoid of humanity, shattered the fragile composure I had so carefully maintained. It wasn't an echo, it was a presence. I didn't turn and run. My academy training, buried under a sudden avalanche of primal fear, still held some sway. I took 3 stumbling steps back, my flashlight beam waving frantically across the granite face, as if it could somehow ward off the unseen. My hand went to the radio on my shoulder, my thumb hovering over the transmit button. What would I say? "Dispatch, I'm at the base of unnamed rock formation. There's a laughing ghost." My career would be over before I finished the sentence. The cold that had seeped into my bones now felt like it was emanating from them. I retreated, walking backward, my eyes locked on the carved symbol and the terrifyingly small handprint within it. I didn't dare turn my back until the service road was within sight. The entire hike back to my truck, the forest was different. The familiar rustle of leaves sounded like whispers. The snap of a twig under my boot was like a gunshot in the oppressive silence. The trees weren't just trees anymore. They were tall, dark figures standing in silent judgment, their branches like skeletal arms reaching for me in the gloom. I half expected to see a small face peeking from behind every trunk. Sleep was no longer an option. Back in my small, park-issued cabin, I locked the door and jammed a chair under the knob, a gesture I knew was futile against whatever was out there, but one my frayed nerves demanded. With the lights on and coffee brewing, I turned my fear into fuel for a desperate investigation. Dave's warning, "Don't go poking at what doesn't want to be poked," echoed in my mind, but his words were a flimsy dam against the flood of my terror and obsession. Something had poked me, and I needed to know what it was. My search through the official park digital archives had yielded nothing, so I delved deeper into the unindexed, the unofficial, the forgotten. I accessed the scanned archives of old park newsletters, local newspapers from the surrounding counties dating back a century, and handwritten ranger journals that had been digitized but never properly cataloged. It was a digital form of archaeology, sifting through mountains of mundane data for a single, anomalous artifact. For hours, I found nothing but reports of seasonal floods, community pancake breakfasts, and earnest articles on bear proofing garbage cans. Then I found it. It was in a digitized copy of the Mariposa Gazette from October 1958. The headline was small, buried on page 7. Search continues for lost girl in Yosemite. A 7-year-old girl named Clara Miller had vanished from a family picnic area. According to the article, she had been playing hide and seek with her older brother near the river. He'd closed his eyes to count, and when he opened them, she was gone. The search was one of the largest in the park's history. Hundreds of volunteers, rangers, and deputies scoured the valley. They found one of her red ribbons snagged on a bush a mile from the picnic site, but nothing else. No tracks, no witnesses, no sign of a struggle. It was as if she had simply evaporated. The article mentioned the search was concentrated in the eastern part of the valley, near the base of 2 granite monoliths. My blood ran cold. I cross-referenced the date with the digitized ranger logs. The entry for that week was written by a senior ranger named Thompson. Most of it was standard procedure search grids, team assignments, notes on the weather. But on the final day, after the official search had been scaled back, there was a strange, handwritten addendum. Local Miwok guides refused to approach the eastern cliffs after sundown. Speak of a hungry place, a place that takes. Say the girl was not lost, but chosen. Superstitious nonsense, but it spooked the volunteers. A hungry place, a place that takes. The words resonated with the predatory emptiness I'd heard in that laughter. I searched for more on local Miwok folklore. Most of what I found was sanitized for tourist brochures, but in a scanned anthropological paper from the 1970s, I found a reference to a trickster spirit, a being that mimicked the sounds of children to lure people away from the trail. The paper was vague on the details, dismissed by the academic author as a cautionary tale to keep children from wandering off. But the author did include a footnote about a recurring spiral symbol associated with this entity, a symbol sometimes found carved in rock, near places where people had disappeared. There was no image of the symbol. The next day, I couldn't keep away. I had to see the carving in the daylight. Armed with a high-resolution camera and a profound sense of dread, I returned to the granite wall. The spiral was there, undeniable in the morning sun. It seemed darker than the surrounding rock, as if it were a fresh wound. I photographed it from every angle, making sure to get detailed shots of the child's handprint. As I worked, a raven landed on a high branch above me, watching me with an unnerving intelligence. It didn't call or make a sound, it just watched. The park itself felt different now. Hostile. On my patrol, I found a dead fox on the trail. There were no marks on it, no sign of predators or disease. Its eyes were wide open, and its fur was covered in a thick, white frost, despite the warmth of the afternoon. A few miles later, I came across a grove of aspens where every single leaf had turned black, as if blighted by a sudden, localized disease that had ignored all the surrounding trees. These were not things I could log. 15 and 40 hours observed unseasonable frost on deceased vulpine. Also localized, unnatural arboreal discoloration. I was beginning to feel like I was losing my mind. That evening, I decided to set up a trail camera. It was a violation of half a dozen park protocols, but I felt I had no other choice. I needed evidence, something tangible that I could take to Dave, to the station chief, to anyone who would listen. Under the cloak of twilight, I secured the motion-activated camera to a tree, camouflaging it with branches and leaves, its lens aimed directly at the carved symbol. I set it to record high-definition video and audio. As I finished, the raven from earlier landed on the rock face, right beside the carving. It tilted its head and let out a single, harsh croak that sounded disturbingly like the word, mine. I scrambled away from the clearing, my heart hammering against my ribs. I spent another sleepless night, this time not searching but waiting. Every creak of my cabin, every hoot of a distant owl, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. Just before dawn, unable to wait any longer, I drove back to the service road and hiked in. The air was still and heavy. As I approached the clearing, a foul smell hit me. The coppery, metallic scent of old blood and something else, something like burned ozone. My trail camera was gone, not stolen, but destroyed. It lay in pieces at the base of the tree, its casing shattered, the lens cracked. It looked as if it had been smashed against the trunk with incredible force. But among the debris, glinting in the first rays of morning light, was the small SD card. My hands trembled as I picked it up. It was miraculously intact. I didn't wait to get back to the cabin. I pulled out my park, issued tablet right there in the eerie silence of the clearing, and inserted the card. Most of the files were corrupted, just a few seconds of digital static, but one file opened. The video was pitch black, the lens clearly blocked or covered. But the audio was crystal clear. First, there was the sound of wind. Then, a faint, rhythmic tapping against the camera's microphone. And then, a child's voice, a little girl's voice, whispering directly into the microphone. It wasn't laughing this time. It was singing a nursery rhyme, a twisted, off-key version of "It's raining, it's pouring." And after the verse, the little girl's whisper changed, deepening into something guttural and ancient as it spoke a single, clear sentence. "You can't see me, Ranger Chen, but I can see you." The tablet slipped from my trembling hands and clattered onto the damp earth. The recorded voice, that impossible fusion of childhood innocence and ancient malice, seemed to hang in the air, weaving itself into the very fabric of the forest. "You can't see me, Ranger Chen, but I can see you." It wasn't a threat, it was a statement of fact. The game had changed. I was no longer the hunter of a mystery, I was the prey. Every rustle of leaves, every shadow cast by the rising sun, was now a potential hiding place for the thing that knew my name. I snatched the tablet and the shattered remains of my camera and fled. There was no dignity in my retreat, only a raw, instinctual need to put distance between myself and that clearing. Back at the ranger station, I bypassed my own cabin, its flimsy lock now seeming like a laughable defense. I strode directly to the main building, my boots echoing in the quiet morning corridors. My destination was Dave Sanderson's office. The time for caution and cryptic warnings was over. I found him hunched over a desk cluttered with maps and paperwork, a halo of steam rising from his coffee mug. He looked up as I entered, and the weary nonchalance in his eyes evaporated when he saw my face. I didn't speak. I simply walked to his desk, plugged my tablet in, and played the audio file. As the twisted nursery rhyme and the final, terrible sentence filled the small office, Dave's face seemed to age another 10 years. The lines around his eyes deepened. He closed them, not in disbelief, but in wary resignation. When the audio ended, he let out a long, slow breath. "So it's woken up again," he said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. "Or you woke it up. What is it, Dave?" I demanded, my voice tight with a mixture of terror and anger. "Don't tell me it's the park's moods." I found the old newspaper article. Clara Miller, 1958. I found Ranger Thompson's logs. A hungry place. A place that takes. Dave leaned back in his chair, the springs groaning in protest. He gestured for me to close the door. "It doesn't have a name," he began, his gaze fixed on the window, on the granite peaks that dominated the horizon. "The old Miwok stories I heard when I was a kid, they called it the mimic, the echo. Something that was here before the mountains were fully formed. It's a part of this valley, Chun, like the granite and the sequoias. It sleeps, sometimes for decades. But it gets hungry. It feeds on attention, on fear. The more you look for it, the more you focus on it, the stronger it gets. You didn't just stumble upon it. You've been ringing its dinner bell." He explained that Clara Miller wasn't the first, and likely not the last. Over the century and a half since the park's founding, people had vanished. Rangers had quit without notice. Some had been found miles from their patrol routes, their minds shattered, muttering about children's laughter and whispers in the trees. Ranger Thompson, the man who wrote that log entry in 1958, had transferred to a desk job in the flatlands of Nebraska a week after the search for Clara was called off. He never set foot in a national park again. It shows you the moment you saw that waterfall. Dave continued, finally meeting my eyes. His were filled with a grim, chilling empathy. It showed you something impossible to see if you were a threat. It was an invitation. Every strange thing you've seen since then, the frosted fox, the blackened leaves, the raven, that's a test of me, probably you, learning your fears. The carving, the handprint, that's its mark, its claim. So, what do I do? I ask, the words feeling small and useless. Request a transfer. Pretend none of this happened. You can, he said, his expression grim. It might let you go, or it might follow. Once it has your name, it holds a piece of you. It will whisper to you from the next forest you patrol, from the shadows in your next home. It will turn every quiet moment into a new terror. Running is a gamble. What's the other option? You end it, he said. Not by fighting it. You can't shoot a memory. You can't arrest an echo. You have to face it on its own terms, in its own place. You have to show it that you are not afraid. You have to take back your fear. You have to close the door. The ritual he described was born of forgotten folklore and the desperate trial, an era of rangers who had come before me. I had to go back to the clearing at dusk, the time between worlds. I was to go alone, without a weapon, without a flashlight. I had to stand before the carving and acknowledge the entity's presence, but deny it power, and I had to leave an offering, not of supplication, but of severance. Something that represented me, my authority, my presence in this place. A final, definitive statement. There was only one choice. To live the rest of my life looking over my shoulder, listening for whispers in the static, was no life at all. That evening, as the sun dipped below the valley rim, painting the sky in fairy strokes of orange and purple, I walked back to the place where my sanity had begun to unravel. I wore my full uniform. The air was cold and unnaturally still. As I stepped into the clearing, the whispers started immediately. My name, Alicia, from all directions at once. A child's giggle echoed from the trees to my left. The scent of ozone and old blood filled the air. I kept my eyes fixed on the granite wall. The spiral carving seemed to pulse with a faint, dark light. Then the illusions began. To my right, the grove of aspens shimmered, their leaves turning a sickly, necrotic black before my eyes. In front of me, the impossible waterfall erupted from the dry rock, flowing upward in a silent, mocking torrent. From the shadows near the base of the cliff, a small figure started to take shape. A little girl in a simple dress, one red ribbon in her hair. She beckoned to me, her face a pale, featureless blur. Clara. My heart hammered in my chest, threatening to break free. My survival instincts screamed at me to run. I planted my feet, anchored myself in the reality I had chosen. I took a deep breath. "I see you," I said, my voice shaking but clear, projecting into the oppressive silence. "I know you're here." The giggling stopped. The illusions wavered. "You are the echo in the rock. You are the whisper on the wind. You are old, and this is your place." I continued, each word a battle against the terror that threatened to consume me. "But you are not my fear. You do not have my fear." I unclipped badge 734 from my shirt. The metal was cold in my hand. It was the symbol of my life, of my belief in order, in rules, in a world that made sense. "You do not have my name," I said, my voice growing stronger. "And you do not have my service." I stepped forward, past the ghostly image of the lost girl, and placed my badge on the ground, directly inside the small handprint carved into the rock. The moment the metal touched the stone, the world erupted. A wave of pure psychic force, colder than any winter, slammed into me, throwing me back. The whispers and laughter coalesced into a single, deafening, inhuman shriek of pure rage and frustration. It was a sound that clawed at my mind, a sound of a predator being starved. The wind howled through the clearing, tearing leaves from the trees. And then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. Silence. A true, clean, and profound silence. The foul smell was gone. The oppressive cold had lifted, replaced by the crisp, cool air of a mountain evening. I looked at the granite wall. The carving, the spiral and the handprint that had been my torment, was gone. The rock was smooth, ancient, and blessedly bare. I lay on the ground for a long time, breathing in the quiet. When I finally got to my feet, I left the badge where it lay. The next morning, Dave went and retrieved it for me. It was sitting on the clean, dry ground. I put in for a transfer a week later. Not because I was scared, but because I needed to be in a place where the manual, for the most part, was still true. My last official patrol in Yosemite was on the valley floor. It was a beautiful, sunny day. Everything was by the book. But as I walked the trail, I knew I was leaving a part of myself behind, and that the wilderness keeps secrets far deeper and older than any map could ever show. Some places are hungry, and some of us are lucky enough to walk away from the table. My name is Silas Blackwood. For 30 years, I have served as a ranger in the vast, shadowed expanse of the Redwood National and State Parks. Most people see this place as a sanctuary, a cathedral of silent, towering giants where they can escape the noise of their world for a weekend. They take their pictures, walk the groomed trails, and leave, feeling refreshed. They see the beauty, but they don't understand the depth. They don't know the forest's true nature, not the way I do. I didn't seek this life out so much as I was called to it. There's a language in these woods, spoken not in words but in the creak of ancient bark, the sudden hush of the canopy, and the way the fog coils through the fern-choked canyons. It's a language of patience, of immense, slow-moving life that predates humanity by millennia. For most of my career, the forest's voice was a steady, grounding presence, a low hum of contentment. But over the last few months, the tone has changed. The hum has been replaced by a discordant whisper, a thread of malice woven into the familiar tapestry of the woods. Something is wrong. It began subtly. The wildlife, usually a reliable barometer of the forest's health, grew skittish and unpredictable. Deer, normally grazing placidly in the meadows, would bolt at nothing, their eyes wide with a terror I couldn't perceive. The ravens, those clever, talkative sentinels of the canopy, fell silent. For weeks, their familiar, throaty calls were absent, leaving an unnatural quiet that felt heavier and more oppressive than any sound. I'd walk trails I knew like the back of my hand and feel a prickling sense of being watched, not by a curious bear or a mountain lion, but by an intelligence far older and less tangible. The feeling was so pervasive it was like a change in atmospheric pressure. Then came the disappearances. People go missing in a park this size. It's a tragic but unavoidable reality. A hiker takes a wrong turn, succumbs to the elements, or suffers an accident. We have protocols, search patterns, and a grimly efficient system for these events. But these were different. The first was a young man, a seasoned backpacker named Leo. His car was found at the Tall Trees Grove trailhead, properly parked with his permit displayed on the dash. His pack was gone, his itinerary filed. He was prepared. We searched for 2 weeks. The dogs, some of the best in the state, would lead us in circles, whining and tucking their tails, refusing to enter certain groves. We found nothing. Not a footprint, not a dropped water bottle, not a single scrap of fabric. It was as if the forest had simply absorbed him. 2 weeks later, a family of 4 vanished from their campsite near the Klamath River overlook. Their tent was still zipped, sleeping bags laid out. A pot of half-cooked chili sat on their camp stove, cold and congealed. The embers in their fire pit were barely gray. They had disappeared in the middle of making dinner, without a struggle, without a sound. Again, the search was exhaustive and fruitless. The air itself felt sterile, wiped clean of any trace. It was during the second search that I remembered the old stories, the ones passed down from the rangers who'd come before me. Men who had worked these woods back when they were still untamed territory, before the paved roads and visitor centers. They spoke of a bargain, a pact made with the original stewards of this land. Entities that were not human. These beings, they said, were the living consciousness of the forest itself, ancient and powerful beyond comprehension. The terms were simple humanity could share the forest's beauty, but we were guests. We were not to stray from the designated paths, not to take more than was offered, and most importantly, we were never to disturb the deep, slumbering heart of the woods, the old-growth groves that had never known an axe. In return, the forest would keep its darker impulses, its primeval hunger in check. For generations, the pact was honored out of a mixture of respect and fear, but we are a forgetful species. Progress arrived. New trails were blazed deeper into the interior. The drone of tourist helicopters became a daily annoyance. The noise, the intrusion, the sheer, unrelenting presence of modern humanity had become a constant violation. The whispers I was hearing weren't just in my head. They were the groaning of a bond stretched to its breaking point. My unease solidified into cold certainty last night. I was doing a final patrol along the Newton B, Drury Parkway, when a flicker of movement in the tree line caught my eye. It wasn't an animal. It was tall and unnaturally thin, its form shifting and indistinct in the deep twilight, like a column of smoke-given momentary substance. It stood just beyond the reach of my headlights, a silhouette against the immense trunk of a redwood. It had no discernible features, yet I felt its gaze, an ancient and malevolent scrutiny that chilled me to the bone. I fumbled for the high power flashlight on the passenger seat, but by the time I flicked the beam across the tree line, it was gone. I know what I have to do. The official searches have been called off. The case is relegated to dusty file cabinets. But those people are not just missing, they were taken. Something has woken up, and it believes we have broken our promise. The old ranger spoke of a place, a heartwood grove, where the pact was first struck, a place not marked on any map, and deliberately avoided for a century. They said that if the balance were ever to be broken, that is where the reckoning would begin. The whispers are loudest when I think of that place, calling me, daring me. Tomorrow at dawn, I'm going off the trail. I'm going to find that grove and remind whatever woke up that some of us still remember the bargain. And I have a terrible feeling it's been waiting for me. Dawn in the redwoods is less a sunrise and more a slow filtering of gray light through the colossal canopy. It's a quiet, sacred time, but this morning the quiet felt different. It was the heavy, breathless silence of a held breath of a predator waiting. I shrugged on my pack, the familiar weight of small comfort. Inside, alongside the standard gear, first aid rations, rope. I had tucked away an old, heavy iron hatchet. It wasn't standard issue. It had belonged to a ranger named Elias Thorne, the man who first told me the stories of the pact, his voice low and raspy in the flickering light of a campfire 30 years ago. He'd pressed it into my hand when he retired. Some things in this forest don't fear lead or steel, he'd said, his eyes dark with memory. But they respect old Imrie. It remembers the earth it came from. I hoped he was right. Leaving my truck at a nondescript pullout, I took one last look at the paved road, a clean, gray scar in a world of green and brown. Then I turned and stepped into the undergrowth, and the world changed. The thin veil of park regulations and designated trails vanished. Here, the forest was absolute. The air grew thick and humid, smelling of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something else, something faintly metallic and unsettling, like old blood. The whispers started almost immediately, no longer a vague sense of malice, but a sibilant, rustling chorus just at the edge of hearing. They weren't in my head. They were in the friction of fern against fern, the sighing of the wind through the high branches, the very fabric of the forest's voice, now twisted into mockery. Navigating to a place that doesn't exist on a map is an exercise in faith. I had only Thorn's cryptic descriptions to guide me. Follow the creek that runs backwards from the sun. Past the grandmother tree struck by lightning but never fell. When the birds fall silent and the ground feels hollow, you're close. I pushed deeper, the towering redwoods forming a lightless ceiling far above. The forest floor was a treacherous maze of fallen giants, some as wide as my cabin, their bark like furrowed skin. I had to climb over them, crawl under them, my progress slow and arduous. An hour in, I realized my compass was useless. The needle spun lazily, unmoored from magnetic north, as if the very laws of physics were unraveling in this part of the woods. I put it away and trusted Thorn's words. The signs of wrongness were everywhere. I saw trees with bark peeled back in long, spiraling strips, exposing the pale wood beneath. The marks weren't from bears or lightning. They were too precise, too deliberate, like a giant finger had idly traced a pattern into the living wood. Later, I found a deer, its body contorted at the base of a fern-covered slope. There were no marks on it, no sign of a predator. Its legs were bent at impossible angles, its neck twisted completely around, its eyes wide with a final, uncomprehending shock. It was simply broken. The scene was sickeningly clean, devoid of the natural gore of a kill. It felt like a child's discarded toy. The whispers grew bolder, coalescing into fragments of words. I left as they hissed, the sound like dry leaves skittering across stone. A forgotten promise. I gripped the handle of the iron hatchet in my coat pocket, the cold weight a talisman against the rising tide of fear. The forest was actively trying to stop me. Thorny vines thick as my wrist seemed to deliberately snake across my path, catching at my clothes. Illusions flickered at the edge of my vision, a flash of a plaid shirt, like the one the missing backpacker, Leo, was wearing, the high-pitched giggle of a small child vanishing as I turned. It was a war of attrition against my sanity. Hours bled into one another. The filtered gray light never changed, making it impossible to judge the time of day. I found the backwards creek, its water an unnaturally dark, tea-colored shade flowing not west, away from the morning sun, but seemingly uphill into a darker part of the forest. I followed its eerie course, the whispers growing louder, the air colder. Then I saw it, the grandmother tree. It was an ancient, gargantuan redwood, its top half shattered and blackened, evidence of a lightning strike centuries ago. But it had not fallen. It leaned against its brethren, a wounded titan, its presence dominating the small clearing. As I approached it, the whispers stopped. The silence that fell was absolute and terrifying. It was the silence of a vacuum. No birds, no insects, no wind. Just the thudding of my own heart in my ears. The ground beneath my boots felt strangely soft and resonant, just as Thorn had described. Hollow. I was here. This was the threshold. I looked past the grandmother tree, and my breath caught in my throat. It wasn't a grove I was looking at. It was an entrance. Two colossal redwoods had fallen against each other, their massive trunks forming a perfect, dark archway. The space beyond the arch was filled with a fog that was not fog. It was a roiling, living miasma of gray and black, swirling slowly in on itself, even though the air around me was perfectly still. It pulsed with a faint, internal light, like a dying ember. The metallic smell was overpowering now, and the archway seemed to exhale a profound cold that had nothing to do with the temperature. This was the Heartwood, the place where the pact was made, the place where the missing had been taken. Every instinct, Every fiber of my being, honed by 30 years in the wilderness, screamed at me to turn back. This was a place outside of nature, a wound in the world. But I could hear the faint, imagined echo of a family's laughter around a campfire, of a young man's eager footsteps on a trail. They had been guests here, and the host had turned on them. The bargain had been broken, and I was the only one left who even knew it existed. My hand tightened around the old hatchet. Taking a deep, ragged breath that felt like breathing in shards of glass, I stepped through the archway and into the swirling dark. Stepping through the archway was like plunging into cold, black water. The world outside vanished, and all sound ceased. The swirling miasma I had seen from the outside was all encompassing here, a thick, sightless void that was neither dark nor light. It pressed in on me, not with physical pressure, but with the weight of immense, ancient thought. I took a step, and my boot made no sound on the unseen ground. Another step. I was adrift in a sea of silent, resentful consciousness. There were no trees here, no ground, no sky, only the presence of the thing that was the forest's heart. Then, images bloomed in the void. They weren't memories, not my own at least. I saw the forest as it before humans, a silent, slow, moving world of immense green life. I felt its slow, dreaming consciousness, a peace that spanned millennia. Then, the first humans, small and fearful, making offerings, their minds filled with a respect born of terror. I felt the pact being struck, not with words, but with an understanding, a promise of restraint exchanged for a promise of peace. The entity showed me this not as a history lesson, but as a fond, cherished memory. The vision soared. The faces changed. The respect in their minds was replaced with curiosity, then with avarice, then with indifference. I saw the flash of axes, the roar of saws. I felt the pain as ancient trees, each one a pillar of this shared consciousness, were felled. The visions grew frantic, faster. I saw the paved roads cutting through sacred ground like gaping wounds. I heard the incessant, meaningless chatter of tourists, the roar of their vehicles, the drone of their helicopters. A constant, painful noise violating a sanctuary of silence. It was the torment of 1,000 pinpricks, a slow death by 1,000,000 small cuts. The void around me solidified, taking the shape of the lost ones. There was Leo, the backpacker, his eyes empty, a fine green moss growing on his skin as he stood unnervingly still. The family of 4 was there, huddled together, their mouths slightly open as if in a silent scream, their forms slowly being woven into the trunk of a spectral redwood. They weren't dead. Their bodies were here, but their minds, their consciousness had been consumed. They were being digested by the forest, their life force repurposed, their individuality dissolving into the vast, angry mind of the heartwood. This was the entity's response to the broken pact. It was taking back what it had lost, one soul at a time. A new thought, not my own, echoed in the void, piercing my mind with cold, clear intent. You remember, you feel our pain, but you are one of them. Why should you be spared? I felt a pull on my own consciousness, a gentle but irresistible tide trying to draw me under, to dissolve my identity into the whole. Panic, cold and sharp, cut through the haze. I fumbled in my pocket, and my fingers closed around the cold iron of the hatchet. Pulling it free, I held it before me. It felt heavy, real, an anchor in this sea of unreality. I remember! I shouted, my voice swallowed by the oppressive silence. Not all of us have forgotten. The pact was a promise. We broke it. We were wrong. The entity's response was a wave of pure, undiluted grief and fury that buckled my knees. It showed me the future it intended the forest, slowly expanding its influence, taking back the land, wiping the blight of humanity from its borders, one silent disappearance at a time. It was patient. It had eternity. Then let me mend it. I pleaded, holding the hatchet in both hands. A bargain was broken. A new one must be struck. What can you offer? The presence asked, the thought dripping with contempt. Your life is a flicker. Your kind takes. You do not give. Thorn's words about the hatchet echoed in my mind. It remembers the earth it came from. It wasn't a weapon. It was a symbol. A tool of creation and destruction, of shaping and changing. It was the embodiment of human will. I offer myself. I said, the words feeling utterly inadequate. Not my life, not to be consumed. I will be your warden. I will be the memory of the pact. I will stand as the guardian between your world and mine. I will teach them respect again, and I will turn away those who do not listen. I will be the voice that reminds them that they are guests here. I knew what this meant. I would never leave. I would become a part of this place, a permanent fixture, no longer just a ranger but something more and something less than human. My old life, my cabin, my quiet retirements, all of it would be gone. I held out the iron hatchet. This is my promise.
My bond.
The pressure in the void lessened. The spectral forms of the lost ones shimmered, their features softening. The rage that had filled the heartwood did not vanish, but it receded, pulling back like a great tide. A final thought, vast and ancient and tired, brushed against my mind. We accept. The bargain is renewed, Warden. The world dissolved. I awoke lying on a bed of damp moss, the iron hatchet resting on my chest. I was at the base of the grandmother tree, just outside the archway, which now looked like nothing more than 2 fallen logs. The unnatural fog was gone. The air was clean and crisp, filled with the familiar sounds of the forest. The chirping of a winter wren, the rustle of a squirrel in the canopy. The whispers were gone. The oppressive silence had broken. The forest's voice was a low, steady hum of contentment once more. I have not left this grove since. The paths leading here have faded from memory, both in the minds of men and on the land itself. I feel no hunger, no thirst, no passage of time. My skin has taken on the texture of bark, and in the quiet moments, I can feel the slow, deep life of the redwoods around me. Sometimes a hiker, more adventurous or lost than they ought to be, will wander close. They do not see me, but they feel a sudden, inexplicable urge to turn back, a sense of deep unease that sends them scurrying back to the marked trails. The bargain holds. I am the warden, and the forest remembers. My name is Marcus Thorne, and for 32 years, the Great Smoky Mountains have been my office, my sanctuary, and sometimes my confessor. I've worn the green and gray of the Park Service longer than most people stay in one house. I know the cadence of the seasons here better than I know my own heartbeat. The riot of wildflowers in spring, the thick, humid haze of summer that gives these mountains their name, the glorious, heartbreaking fire of autumn, and the deep, silent hush of winter. I can read a track in the mud and tell you not just the animal, but how long ago it passed, and whether it was in a hurry. I can navigate by the stars, the sun, or the moss on the north side of the trees. This place is a part of me, etched into my soul like the lines on my face. But there is a part of it I do not know, a part I have actively tried to forget. It's a scar on the map of my memory, a place officially designated as part of the LeConte Creek watershed, but known to me in the quiet, fearful corners of my mind as the vanishing. It's where little Lily Mae Albright disappeared on a crisp autumn afternoon back in 1998. I was part of the search. Everyone was. For 3 weeks, this park, normally a place of tranquil escape, became a frantic grid of orange, vested volunteers, grim, faced deputies, and rangers like me, all calming every inch of the forest floor. We had helicopters chop in the air, dog teams whose world, class noses, suddenly became useless, and psychics calling the main office with fever, dream visions of caves and waterfalls. We found nothing. Not a footprint, not a torn piece of her bright pink jacket, not a single strand of her blonde hair. It was as if the mountains had simply opened their mouth and swallowed her whole. The official report, a dry, sterile document I've read 100 times, concluded with the probable cause being exposure or animal attack. It's a neat, tidy explanation that satisfies bureaucracy and allows the paperwork to be filed away. But it's a lie. We found no animal tracks, no signs of a struggle. The search dogs, seasoned professionals trained to find a single drop of blood in a hurricane, would follow her scent to the edge of a particular clearing and then stop dead. They'd whine, tuck their tails, and refuse to go a step further, their hackles raised as if staring down a threat none of us could see. And then there was the cold. It wasn't the normal chill of the high elevations. This was a deep, penetrating cold that had nothing to do with the weather. You'd be walking a ridge, the sun warm on your back, and you'd step through an invisible curtain into a pocket of air that felt like a meat locker. It clung to you, heavy and damp, and it felt ancient. Wrong. The birdsong would cease. The rustle of squirrels in the leaf litter would fall silent. All you could hear was the blood pounding in your own ears. Every search team that passed through that area reported the same phenomenon. We called them the cold spots. The largest and most intense one was in the very clearing where the dogs gave up. Lily Mae's last known location. Eventually, the search was called off. The volunteers went home, the news crews packed up, and a somber quiet fell over the park again. Lily Mae's face, smiling out from the missing posters tacked to every trailhead kiosk and general store window, slowly faded under the relentless sun and rain. But I never forgot. A ranger isn't supposed to have places they're afraid of, but I am only a man. I adjusted my patrol routes. I found reasons to stick to the lower elevations, the more popular trails. Life went on. Until today, my assigned route was a simple perimeter check along the Alum Cave Trail, a popular but strenuous hike. It was a beautiful day. The air so clear you could see the hazy blue ridges stacking up against each other all the way to the horizon. I was feeling good, the familiar rhythm of my boots on the trail a comforting percussion. But as I rounded a bend near the summit, I felt a shift in the air. A subtle drop in temperature. Not dramatic, but enough. A whisper of that old, unnatural cold. My radio crackled. It was Sarah, a younger ranger, bright and capable, but she hadn't been here in '98. Everything all right up there, Marcus. Your tracker shows you've been stationary for a few minutes. I keyed the mic, my throat suddenly dry. Yes, Sarah. Just enjoying the view. Don't enjoy it too much, she said, her voice warm and oblivious. That route puts you a little close to that dead zone near LeConte, the one with the weird temperature drops. Probably just a strange weather inversion, but comms can get spotty. A strange weather inversion, that's what they called it now. A neat scientific explanation for a place where the laws of nature seem to fray at the edges. I signed off, but I didn't move. I stood there looking through the trees in the direction of the place I hadn't set foot in over 2 decades. The watching feeling was back. It's an instinct you develop out here, a primal sense that you are not alone. Usually it means a black bear or a bobcat is nearby. But this was different. This was the pressure of 1,000 unseen eyes. The feeling of a vast, silent intelligence holding its breath, waiting. I should have turned back. I should have stuck to the path, finished my patrol, and gone home to a warm meal and the meaningless comfort of television. Every rational part of my brain screamed at me to do just that. But the memory of Lily Mae's smiling face, of her parents' hollowed-out eyes, rose up in my mind. The mystery of it all, a splinter I'd never been able to dig out. What was in that clearing? What power had been strong enough to erase a child from the face of the earth, leaving behind only a pocket of impossible cold, and a silence so profound it felt like a scream, against all reason, against the frantic protests of my own survival instinct? I took a deep breath of the chilling air and stepped off the trail, pushing through the dense rhododendron. I had to know. I had to see it again. The secret had been kept for 24 years. And as I walked deeper into the woods, I had the terrifying certainty that it didn't want to be kept anymore. The moment I stepped off the trail, the world changed. It was like passing through a veil. Behind me, the familiar sounds of the park, the distant chatter of hikers, the gentle breeze rustling the canopy, vanished, replaced by a profound and unnerving stillness. In front of me, the forest was a dense, tangled wall of rhododendron and mountain laurel, their waxy green leaves seeming to drink the sunlight, leaving the forest floor in a perpetual twilight. The air, already cool, dropped another 10 degrees. The unnatural cold I'd felt earlier was no longer a whisper. It was a heavy blanket, saturated with the smell of damp earth and something else. Something metallic and vaguely unpleasant, like old blood. Pushing through the undergrowth was a battle. Gnarled branches, as thick as my wrist, snagged at my clothes and scraped against my pack. Thorns tore at my exposed skin. It felt personal, as if the woods themselves were actively trying to repel me, to turn me back. Every step was a conscious effort, my boots sinking into a thick carpet of moss and rotted leaves that muffled all sound. I could have been stumping through here in army boots, and it would have made no more noise than a whisper. The silence was a physical presence, pressing in on my ears, making the rhythmic thump of my own heart sound like a war drum. I navigated by instinct and the faint memory of the terrain from 24 years ago. I knew I was heading for a clearing, a small, anomalous bald spot on the side of the mountain. After what felt like an hour of relentless struggle, the oppressive growth began to thin. The trees here were different. They were ancient hemlocks and yellow birches, titans that had stood long before this land was a park. But they were misshapen, their trunks twisted into grotesque spirals, their branches reaching not for the sky, but clawing downwards towards the earth, as if in supplication or agony. They grew in a rough circle, their contorted forms a natural fence around the place I sought. And then I was there. I stepped through the final line of tortured trees and stood at the edge of the vanishing. The clearing was a perfect circle, about 50 feet across. The ground wasn't soil or grass, but was covered in the same pale, almost white moss that seemed to deaden all sound. It looked soft, like a fresh blanket of snow. There were no wildflowers here, no ferns, not a single sign of the vibrant life that filled the rest of the Smokies. It was a sterile, silent pocket in the heart of the wilderness. In the exact center of the clearing sat a single, massive slab of dark, flat rock, like a sacrificial altar. My breath hitched, misting in the frigid air. My eyes were drawn to a splash of color on the dark rock, a detail so jarringly out of place it felt like a hallucination. It was a pink jacket. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me deeper than the air, that it was Lily May's. It was the one described in all the reports, the one her mother had tearfully shown me a photograph of. But it couldn't be. After 24 years of rain, snow, and relentless sun, it should have been a tattered, faded rag, half swallowed by moss and decay. Instead, it lay there as if it had been placed on the rock only moments ago. The pink was still bright, the fabric clean, the small silver zipper gleaming faintly in the dim light. I walked forward, my boots making no sound on the ghostly white moss. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming now, a physical pressure on the back of my neck. I felt like an actor on a stage, every movement scrutinized by an unseen audience. The cold was at its most intense here, a biting, painful frost that seemed to emanate directly from the stone altar. My gloved hand trembled as I reached for the jacket. I expected it to be stiff with cold, but the moment my fingers brushed the nylon, I recoiled. It was warm, not just not cold, but radiating a gentle, living warmth. As if the child who wore it had just taken it off. A wave of nausea and terror washed over me. This was impossible. This defied every law of physics and biology I knew. I stood frozen, my mind refusing to process what my senses were screaming at me. I forced myself to look closer, to fight past the fear. I carefully lifted the jacket. There was nothing underneath it but the cold, black rock. But as my eyes adjusted, I saw that the surface of the rock wasn't smooth. It was covered in carvings. They weren't letters or any pictographs I had ever seen. They weren't Cherokee symbols or any markings from the early settlers. These were intricate, spiraling patterns that seemed to shift and writhe at the edge of my vision. They looked less like something carved into the stone and more like something that had grown out of it, like fossilized veins or the root system of some alien plant. They were hypnotic, drawing my gaze deeper into their impossible geometry. I felt a strange vertigo, as if the patterns were a doorway and my mind was teetering on the threshold. My radio chose that moment to hiss to life, the static making me jump so violently I nearly screamed. Arcus.
Oh, there.
The Ignal's breaking up, It was Sarah's voice, tinny and distorted, a voice from another world, a world that made sense. I fumbled for the radio on my shoulder, my fingers numb and clumsy. Sarah! I'm here! I shouted, my voice sounding thin and weak in the dead air of the clearing. The static crackled again. But the voice that came through this time wasn't Sarah's. It was small and clear as a bell, a sound that had no right to exist in this place, a sound that would haunt me until the day I died. It was the whisper of a little girl. "Are you lost?"
Two?
The world narrowed to the static hissing from my radio and that impossible, crystal clear question hanging in the frozen air. Time stretched and became brittle, threatening to shatter. For a heart-stopping second, I believed the voice had come through the radio, a ghost in the machine, a signal from a place beyond death. My blood ran cold, turning to slush in my veins. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying it was a hallucination, a trick of the high altitude, and a mind primed for fear. When I opened them again, the clearing was the same, silent and sterile. But the voice was closer now, not from the radio, but from right beside the stone altar. "You shouldn't be here." I spun around, my hand instinctively going for the canister of bear spray on my belt. A pathetic defense against a threat I couldn't begin to comprehend. Standing not 10 feet from me, near the edge of the dark rock, was a little girl. She wore a simple white dress, out of place for the weather, and her feet were bare on the cold, white moss. Her hair was blonde, just like in the faded posters, and her eyes were wide and blue. It was Lily Mae Albright, but it wasn't. My mind, my heart, every paternal instinct I possessed screamed her name, but the part of me that had survived 32 years in these mountains, the primal animal part that recognizes a predator, knew this was a lie. Her movements were too smooth, too fluid. There was a subtle shimmer at her edges, like heat haze off summer asphalt. And her eyes, though they were the right color, held no childlike curiosity. They were ancient, intelligent, and utterly devoid of warmth. They were the eyes of the trap. "I've been so lonely?" The thing wearing Lily Mae's face said, its voice a perfect mimicry of a child's plaintive cry. It took a small step towards me. "They all left me here. Will you stay and play with me?" As it spoke, the intricate carvings on the stone slab behind it began to glow with a faint, sickly green light. The spiraling patterns pulsed in time with my frantic heartbeat, and I felt a dizzying pull towards them, a siren's call to my very soul. The vertigo returned, stronger this time. I felt as if the ground beneath my feet was no longer stable, that the rock was a drain and I was slowly circling it. "Lily." I whispered the name a test, a prayer. The thing smiled, but the expression didn't reach its cold, old eyes. "I can be Lily if that's who you want me to be." It extended a small, pale hand. "Just come a little closer. The cold will go away if you're closer." It was a lie. The cold wasn't just in the air, it was coming from the thing, and I understood then. This clearing, this place, it was a stomach. An ancient, patient predator that didn't hunt with tooth and claw, but with memory and sorrow. It had taken Lily Mae, consumed her, and now it was wearing her face like a mask, using her memory as a lure for its next meal. The jacket, pristine and warm, wasn't a clue left behind, it was bait. The cold spots weren't a weather phenomenon, they were the creature's digestive juices, slowly breaking down the reality around it. "No," I said, my voice shaking but firm. I took a step back, my boot crunching on a dry twig that had somehow escaped the unnatural stillness. The sound was like a gunshot in the silence. The illusion flickered. For a split second, the little girl's form dissolved into a churning mass of shadows and green light, her face contorting into something with too many eyes and a mouth that opened impossibly wide. The whisper that came from it was no longer a child's, but a cacophony of rustling leaves, cracking rock, and the desperate, fading voices of others who had been lost here. The mask snapped back into place. "Don't you want to help me?" Lily Mae's voice pleaded, full of manufactured tears. "I'm scared." The twisted trees at the edge of the clearing seemed to lean in, their downward-reaching branches like the bars of a cage. The feeling of being watched intensified into a malevolent, crushing pressure. It wanted me to feel pity. It wanted me to feel guilt. It fed on emotion as much as flesh. I thought of the search parties, the dogs that would not enter, the men who came back with hollow eyes, talking about the silence and the cold. We had been walking all over the hunter, never realizing we were already inside its trap. "You are not Lily May," I yelled, my voice raw. I unclipped the radio from my shoulder, holding it up like a cross. "You are a lie?" I pressed the transmit button. "Sarah! Do you read me? Stay out! I repeat, stay out! This is a Code 1 alert! The location is hostile! Do not approach." As my voice broke the clearing silence, the entity shrieked. It was a sound of pure rage and static, a noise that tore at my sanity. The image of Lily May shattered completely, exploding into a vortex of swirling darkness and green energy that swirled around the central stone. The white moss on the ground began to smolder, releasing the metallic, bloody stench with suffocating intensity. I didn't wait to see more. I turned and ran. I crashed through the undergrowth, no longer caring about the branches that whipped my face or the thorns that tore my skin. The silence was gone, replaced by a monstrous roar that seemed to come from the earth itself. I could feel the cold chasing me, a wave of absolute zero nipping at my heels. I ran with the terror, fueled strength I didn't know I had, scrambling, falling, and getting up again, driven by the single, desperate need to get back to the world that made sense. Finally gasping for breath, bleeding from a dozen cuts, I burst through the last wall of rhododendron and stumbled back onto the alum cave trail. I fell to my knees, breathing in the normal, crisp mountain air like a drowning man. The sounds of the world rushed back in. The birds, the wind, the distant rumble of a jet high overhead. I looked back the way I came. There was no sign of a path, only the impenetrable, ordinary-looking forest. The unnatural cold was gone. My radio crackled, and this time, it was Sarah's real voice, panicked and sharp. "Marcus!" "What the hell was that?" "Your signal just came back. We heard screaming." "What is your status?" I tried to answer, but only a choked sob came out. I leaned forward, my hands on my knees, every muscle in my body trembling. Lying on the trail, where it must have fallen from my pack during my frantic escape, was the pink jacket. But it wasn't pristine anymore. It was tattered, faded, and covered in mold and grime, looking every bit like it had spent 24 years decaying in the wilderness. I left it there. I got to my feet and started the long, slow walk back down the mountain, leaving that part of the Smokies to its ancient, hungry secret. I had survived, but I knew with a certainty that would haunt my remaining days that I had an escape. You don't walk out of a place like that unchanged. It has seen you, it knows you, and a small piece of you it keeps forever. My official title is Dr. Aris Thorne, resident biologist assigned to the Hoh Rainforest sector of Olympic National Park. For the past 12 years, my existence has been defined by a disciplined rhythm of observation, data collection, and analysis. I operate within the comfortable, rigid framework of the scientific method. Every organism, every ecological interaction, every geological formation can be measured, categorized, and understood. My world is one of quantifiable truths, of Latin names and phylogenetic trees. I came here seeking the raw, untamed beauty of nature, but I stayed for the elegant logic I found woven into its very fabric. The forest, to me, was a complex but ultimately solvable equation. Until last Tuesday, the Hoh Rainforest is a world unto itself, a place sculpted by water and time. Giant Sitka spruce and western hemlocks form a colossal green canopy that filters the sunlight into ethereal, shifting beams. Everything is draped in moss, thick, verdant carpets of it that hang from branches like the beards of forgotten gods and swallow the sound of your footsteps. The air is heavy, not with heat, but with moisture and the loamy scent of decay and rebirth. It is a place of profound silence, a quiet so deep it feels like pressure against your eardrums, but it is never truly still. There is always the drip of water from a fern frond, the distant call of a varied thrush, the rustle of some small, unseen creature in the undergrowth. It is a place I knew with an academic's intimacy. I could name every species of lichen, predict the migratory patterns of the Roosevelt elk, and tell you the precise pH of the soil in any given quadrant. My duties include the maintenance of a series of motion, activated cameras placed along remote transects. These are my silent, tireless assistants. chronicling the secret life of the forest when I am not there. Most of the time, the footage is mundane yet beautiful. A doe and her fawn stepping delicately through the ferns, a black bear scratching its back against a cedar, the fleeting shadow of a cougar in the twilight. It is all data, all part of the grand, predictable narrative of the ecosystem. The anomaly came from Transect 7. It's one of our deepest placements in a section of old growth forest that rarely sees a human boot print. The trail there is little more than a whisper, a path you follow more by instinct than by sight. I was in my small cabin, a cup of rapidly cooling coffee at my elbow, conducting a routine download of the week's images. Transect 1 elk. Transect 2, a raccoon meticulously washing something in a stream. Transect 4, more elk. I clicked open the folder for Transect 7. The file was flagged. Error. Partial data corruption. Not unusual. A moisture leak, a power surge, a technical gremlin. I initiated the playback. The timestamp reads 03:33 a.m. The first few seconds of the clip showed nothing but a curtain of rain, each drop illuminated into a silver needle by the camera's infrared flash. The ferns glistened, heavy and bowed. Then, something moved on the left edge of the frame. My first thought was a bear, but it was too low to the ground, and its movement was wrong. A bear lumbers, a powerful and deliberate gait. This flowed. It poured itself into the clearing with the liquid grace of an oil slick. I leaned closer to the monitor, my coffee forgotten. It wasn't one creature. It appeared to be a multitude of limbs, thin and spidery, all moving in a sickeningly coordinated rhythm. They were pale, almost translucent, and seemed to bend at impossible angles, untroubled by the constraints of bone and joint. I paused the video, advancing it frame by painful frame. The central mass of the thing was an amorphous knot of what I could only describe as tissue, pulsing with a faint internal luminescence. There was no discernible head, no eyes, no mouth. It was a purely functional being, a chaotic assemblage of appendages designed for locomotion. As a biologist, I tried to categorize it. Arthropod. It lacked a clear exoskeleton. Annelid. It was far too complex. It didn't fit into any known phylum. It was a biological impossibility, a piece of a puzzle from a box I didn't know existed. The most disturbing frame was the last one before the file corrupted into a screen of digital snow. For a fraction of a second, the chaotic movement ceased. The limbs froze. And the central mass, the pulsating heart of the creature, rotated. It turned directly towards the camera lens, as if it had sensed the faint electronic hum. In the center of the mass, a shape resolved itself from the pale tissue. It was a void, a patch of perfect, absolute blackness, a hole in reality that didn't reflect the infrared light, but seemed to absorb it, to drink it from the air. It felt like an eye. It felt like it was looking right at me, across the miles of forest in the days that had passed. A cold dread utterly alien to my rational mind trickled down my spine. This was not data. This was a violation. My hands trembled slightly as I replayed the fragment, again and again, hoping my eyes had deceived me, that it was just a bizarre configuration of branches and leaves, a trick of shadow and rain, but the fluid, unnatural movement was undeniable. The pulsing light was real. The void, like I, was real. My training my entire career was screaming at me to document, to analyze, to remain objective. But another, more primal part of my brain was screaming something else: wrongness. This thing did not belong here. It did not belong in any forest, on any continent. It felt like it had crawled out of a crack in the world. I couldn't report this. Not yet. What would I say? I have footage of something that looks like a tangle of nerves learned how to walk. They would pull me for a psychiatric evaluation. They would talk about cabin fever and the tricks an isolated mind can play on itself. No, I needed more. I needed physical evidence. A track, a spoor, a mucus sample, something tangible, something I could put under a microscope. I shut down the laptop, my cabin suddenly feeling small and fragile. The familiar sounds of the forest outside the window no longer felt comforting. They felt like a veil hiding a terrible secret. I looked at my gear hanging by the door. My waterproof pack, my GPS, my sample kits. My scientific curiosity was at war with a profound and instinctive fear, but but there was no real choice. I couldn't unsee what I had seen. I couldn't go back to my world of comfortable, quantifiable truths while knowing that thing was out there. I had to go to Transect 7. I had to see the place where it had walked. I had to know. The hike to Transect 7 the next morning was an exercise in cognitive dissonance. Dawn broke cold and gray, the sky a bruised purple that promised more rain. One part of my mind, the biologist, was fully engaged, almost invigorated. It methodically prepared the necessary equipment, sterile collection vials, forceps, a high-resolution digital camera with a macro lens, plaster for casting any potential tracks. I packed extra batteries, a powerful flashlight, and a sidearm I had not touched in years. This part of me saw the journey as a field expedition of unprecedented importance, a chance to document a cryptid, perhaps even a new genus of life. It was a purely intellectual pursuit, detached and clinical. But another, deeper part of me was gripped by a cold, visceral fear. This was the part that had slept fitfully, startled awake by the memory of that flowing, multi-limbed shape and the abyssal blackness of its eye. This part of me registered the silence of the forest, not as peaceful, but as watchful. Every snap of a twig sounded like a footfall. The familiar shapes of ferns and fallen logs seemed to morph in my peripheral vision, resolving into pale, writhing forms. The air, thick with the scent of damp earth, now seemed to carry a faint, acrid undertone, something like ozone or burnt wire, a smell that did not belong. The trail to Transect 7 is not maintained. It is a game trail, a path of least resistance through the dense undergrowth. As I pushed deeper, the forest closed in. The colossal trees formed a near impenetrable ceiling, plunging the forest floor into a perpetual twilight. The ubiquitous mosses seemed to absorb all sound, creating an unnerving, almost pressurized quiet. My own breathing and the rhythmic crunch of my boots on the damp soil were jarringly loud. I felt like an intruder, a loud, clumsy creature blundering into a place that held its breath as I passed. I found myself pausing every few minutes, scanning the dense foliage around me, my hand hovering near the holstered pistol on my hip. The scientist in me scoffed at the paranoia, but the animal in me refused to be silenced. It took nearly 3 hours to reach the clearing. I knew it instantly, cross-referencing the topography with the GPS and recognizing the specific configuration of a lightning, scarred hemlock from the video footage. The camera itself was still mounted on its tree, a small, camouflage box, a silent witness. The clearing was a small patch of relatively open ground, carpeted in moss and a scattering of sword ferns. The rain from the previous nights had left everything glistening and dark. My scientific protocols took over, a welcome refuge from the fear. I began a systematic grid search, my eyes scanning the ground for any sign of disturbance. I started at the periphery and worked my way inward in a slow, meticulous spiral. For the first hour, I found nothing. No tracks, no broken foliage, nothing to indicate that anything larger than a shrew had passed through. The most was a perfect, unbroken carpet. It was disheartening and, in a strange way, even more frightening. Such a creature, as seen in the video, should have left a mark. Its passage should have scarred the landscape. Then I saw it. It wasn't a track in the soil, but a mark upon the moss itself. Near the center of the clearing, where the thing had paused in the video, there was a patch of moss that was subtly wrong. It was a roughly circular area about 4 feet in diameter. The vibrant green of the living moss was gone, replaced by a sick, grayish-white color. I knelt, my heart hammering against my ribs. I reached out a gloved hand and touched the surface. It was slimy to the touch, and when I pulled my fingers away, a translucent, gelatinous substance clung to the glove. The moss wasn't just discolored, it was dead. Not crushed or torn, but dissolved. The very cellular structure of the plant matter had been broken down, reduced to a gray, nutrient-less sludge. It was as if some powerful, enzymatic acid had been secreted there. I carefully used a sterile scraper to collect a sample of the slime in the dead moss, sealing it in a vial. My mind raced through possibilities. A fungal blight, chemical contamination. Neither explained the localized, perfectly circular nature of the decay, and neither explained the video. As I worked, I became aware of a sound, or rather, the absence of one. The usual background chatter of the forest, the insects, the birds, was gone. The clearing was entombed in a profound and absolute silence. It wasn't just quiet, it was dead air. I stood up, slowly turning in a full circle, straining my ears. Nothing. It felt as though I was standing at the bottom of a well, completely isolated from the living world around me. The silence was a presence, a heavy blanket that smothered the senses. My gaze fell upon a large Douglas fir at the edge of the clearing. About 20 feet up its trunk, there was a fresh scar in the bark. It wasn't the work of a bear, which leaves parallel claw marks. This was different. It was a series of deep, swirling gouges that cut through the thick bark and into the pale wood beneath. The pattern was chaotic, almost calligraphic, as if something had dragged a bundle of sharp, irregularly spaced tools across the tree. But what truly held my attention was what was oozing from the wounds. It wasn't the clear, amber resin of the tree. It was a thick, milky, white sap I had never seen before. It pulsed slowly, rhythmically, from the gashes, a viscous white fluid that seemed almost alive. I approached the tree, my flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. The unnatural sap had a faint, sickly, sweet smell like overripe fruit and antiseptic. As I got closer, I saw that the wood around the gouges was changing. It was becoming pale and soft, the strong fibers of the fir breaking down into a spongy, white tissue. The tree was being transformed. It was as if the very nature of its biology was being rewritten by this strange sap. A wave of nausea and vertigo washed over me. The scientific part of my brain was struggling to process the impossible data. A creature that secretes a solvent that dissolves plant life on contact. An infection or substance that transmutes the woody tissue of a tree into something else entirely. This wasn't just an undocumented species. This was a fundamental violation of ecological law. It didn't just live in the environment, it consumed and remade it into something alien. My hand was shaking as I raised my camera to document the scarred tree. I zoomed in on the pulsing white sap, trying to get a clear shot. As the lens focused, I saw something in the reflection on a globule of the fluid. It was a distorted, fish-eye view of the clearing behind me. And in that reflection, high up in the canopy of the trees on the opposite side of the clearing, something pale was moving. I didn't lower the camera. I didn't turn around. I was frozen, my eye pressed to the viewfinder, watching the reflection. It wasn't a single object. It was a cascade of thin, white limbs, unfolding from the dense cover of the leaves like a time-lapse video of a grotesque flower blooming. They descended slowly, deliberately, without a sound, pouring down from the canopy like silent, white waterfalls. The scientist in me was gone, vaporized. All that was left was the prey animal, which knew with absolute certainty that it had been watched the entire time. And now, it was being hunted. For a span of time that could have been a microsecond or a millennium, my universe was compressed into the tiny, distorted reflection on that globule of white sap. My mind refused to process the image, trying to dismiss it as a trick of light, a hallucination brought on by fear and isolation. But my body knew better. A wave of ice cold adrenaline crashed through me, shattering the paralysis. It was the primal, pre-human instinct of prey, a jolt of pure terror that bypassed all rational thought. I didn't scream. The sound was trapped in my throat, choked off by a fear so absolute it felt physical. I dropped the camera. It hit the mossy ground with a soft, sickening thud, an irrelevant sacrifice to the thing in the trees. My right hand, acting on its own accord, clawed at the holster on my hip. The cold, hard grip of the pistol was a small, inadequate anchor in a world that had come unmoored. I didn't turn to face it. I couldn't. The image in the reflection was burned into my mind, and I knew that to see it with my own eyes would be to lose what little sanity I had left. I ran. My flight was not one of strategy or direction. I simply chose the path opposite the tree and plunged into the undergrowth, a panicked animal crashing through the quiet sanctity of the forest. Thorns tore at my clothes and skin, unseen roots grabbed at my ankles, and wet fern fronds slapped against my face like cold, dead hands. The meticulously ordered world of the biologist was gone, replaced by a chaotic green and brown blur. My only thought was distance. Get distance. Get away from the clearing. The silence of the pursuit was the most terrifying part. There was no guttural roar, no heavy footfalls, no snapping of branches to mark its progress. There was only my own ragged breathing, the frantic drumming of my heart, and the sound of my body breaking through the foliage. Yet, I could feel it behind me. It was a pressure in the air, a drop in temperature, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck that told me I was being watched, paced, and herded. Glancing up, I caught fleeting glimpses of pale rope like appendages moving through the canopy above me, impossibly fast, impossibly quiet. It wasn't chasing me on the ground. It was flowing through the trees, a silent, white phantom keeping pace with my frantic scramble below. It was playing with me. Panic gave way to a desperate, calculated terror. It knew the forest better than I did. It was part of the forest, a cancerous growth within it. I couldn't outrun it. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead. Stumbling over a slicked log, I fell hard, my body skidding across the damp earth and coming to a stop at the edge of a shallow, rock-strewn ravine. My ankle screamed in protest, a sharp, searing pain. This was it. I was trapped. With a final surge of defiance, I rolled onto my back, pushing myself against the cold, hard surface of a boulder. I raised the pistol with both shaking hands, pointing it towards the canopy from which I knew it would emerge. And it came. It didn't climb down or jump. It poured itself from the branches above, an avalanche of living tissue. It was even more grotesque up close. The limbs, dozens of them, were featureless like pale, muscular tentacles. They moved with a hideous, bondless fluidity, contracting and extending to grip branches and trunks. The central mass, a knot of pulsing, vaguely luminous flesh, descended towards me, and in its center was the void. The patch of absolute blackness that was not an eye but something far worse, a focal point of utter nothingness, an absence of reality. I fired. The bang was deafening in the unnatural quiet, a shocking violation of the silence. I fired again and again, emptying the clip into the creature's central mass. The bullets produced no discernible impact. There was no spray of blood or tissue. They passed through the pale flesh as if it were smoke, leaving small, shimmering holes that closed up almost instantly. The thing didn't even seem to notice. It continued its silent, inexorable descent. The acrid smell I'd noticed earlier was overwhelming now, a scent of burned electricity and decay. One of the limbs detached from the main body and snaked towards me on the ground. It moved like a searching serpent, leaving a trail of gray, dissolved moss in its wake. This was how it would end. I would be touched by that thing, and I would be unmade. My mind, in its final, frantic moments, latched onto a detail of the ravine. It was small, but the stream at the bottom was fast, moving from the recent rains. An idea born not of courage but of sheer desperation sparked in my brain. As the tentacle slithered closer, I shoved myself away from the boulder, ignoring the blinding pain in my ankle, and half fell, half rolled down the rocky incline. I landed in the churning, ice-cold water. I looked up. The creature had stopped at the edge of the ravine. It read its limbs pulling back from the water as if it were acid. The central mass pulsed erratically. It seemed to show not fear, but aversion, a deep, fundamental incompatibility with the flowing water. For a moment, we stared at each other across the gap, the biologist and the impossibility. Then, with a slow, deliberate motion, it retracted its limbs and flowed back up into the silent, waiting canopy, disappearing from sight. I don't remember much of the journey back. I know I followed the stream, half wading, half crawling, my scientific mind replaced by a singular mantra like thought water is safe. It was dark when I finally saw the faint, welcoming light of my cabin. I burst through the door and collapsed onto the floor, a shivering, mud-caked wreck. That was 3 days ago. I have not left the cabin. The door is locked and barricaded with a bookcase. The samples I collected sit on my workbench. The vial of gray, gelatinous slime. The sealed container with the piece of wood infected with the pulsing white sap. They are no longer specimens. They are warnings. I look at my textbooks, my research papers, My entire life's work dedicated to understanding the logical, beautiful systems of nature, and I feel nothing but the hollow laugh of a madman. It's all a lie. We live on a meticulously manicured lawn, blissfully unaware of the writhing, alien jungle that seethes just beneath the surface. I haven't called for help. I haven't filed a report. What would I write? That our world is a fragile crust over an ocean of impossibilities. That there is something in the woods that does not obey the laws of physics or biology. They would take my credentials, not my testimony. So I sit here in my small, fragile box of light and I watch the tree line. The sun is setting and the forest is sinking into shades of impenetrable black. But I know it's not empty. It's out there. It's watching. My name is Dr. Aries Thorne, and I am no longer an observer. I am simply the one who knows we are being observed. My name is William Luna, though most people in the service and around Haywood County just call me Hawk. The moniker was pinned on me during my training years ago, a nod to both my sharp eyes and my heritage. My grandmother, a proud, full-blood Cherokee woman, was the one who filled my childhood with stories of the old world, tales spun like smoke from a dying fire. She spoke of the Nunhe, the spirit people who befriended our ancestors, and of Sol Kalu, the great hunter who commanded the game. And she spoke of the darker things, the creatures that hunted men. She told me that these very woods, this sprawling expanse of green and shadow we now call the Pisgah National Forest, were the walking grounds of Otlunta, Spearfinger, a shape-shifting monster with a stone finger. She used to pierce the livers of her victims, which she would then steal and devour. I loved my grandmother, but I am a man of the modern world. I carry a Glock on my hip and a radio on my shoulder. I believe in evidence and tracks in the tangible, predictable violence of man and beast. Her stories were just that, stories. Relics of a time before forensics and forestry science, meant to keep children from wandering too far from the firelight. I've been a U.S. Forest Service Ranger for 15 years, and in that time, I've seen my share of darkness. I found poachers, rescued lost hikers, and stood over the tragic remains of those who succumbed to the unforgiving wilderness. I've seen what bears can do, what a fall from a ridge can do, what desperation can do. Nothing I've ever witnessed made me believe in monsters. Until last night, the day had started with an oppressive humidity that promised a storm. The air was thick and heavy, the kind that makes every breath feel like a chore and clings to your skin like a damp shroud. I was finishing up paperwork in the station, the drone of the window air conditioner a dull companion, when the call came through. A hiker, a young man named Ethan Hayes, was overdue. His roommate had reported him missing when he didn't return from a solo day hike in the Shining Rock Wilderness area. It wasn't an uncommon call, especially in that part of the forest. The trails there are rugged, poorly marked in places, and the weather can turn on a dime. More often than not, it's just someone who misjudged the time or took a wrong turn and decided to hunker down for the night. Keep me posted, Hawk. My supervisor, Dave, had said over the radio, let's hope he just found himself a pretty spot to watch the sunset and lost track of time. I'd grunted an affirmative and geared up. Despite my pragmatism, a familiar knot of unease tightened in my gut. Shining Rock has a reputation. It's a place of stark, raw beauty, with quartz-crusted ridges that gleam in the sun, but it's also disorienting. The fog rolls in without warning, swallowing landmarks whole, and the landscape can feel alien, almost lunar. It's one of the few places where my grandmother's stories felt a little less like fantasy and a little more like a warning. I parked my truck where the trail began and started the ascent. The forest immediately enveloped me. The air grew cooler, thick with the scent of damp earth, pine, and decaying leaves. The usual symphony of the woods was playing. The chittering of squirrels, the distant call of a mourning dove, the rustle of unseen things in the undergrowth. But as I climbed higher, pushing deeper into the wilderness, a change began to occur. It was subtle at first, a gradual tapering off of the normal sounds. The birds fell silent. The squirrels ceased their chatter. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath. By the time I reached the area where Ethan's roommate suspected he might have gone, the silence was absolute. It was a profound, unnatural quiet that pressed in on me, making the hairs on my arms stand up. It was more than just an absence of noise. It felt like a presence in itself. A heavy, watchful stillness that hurt my ears. My hand instinctively went to the grip of my sidearm, a gesture of habit that offered little comfort against the creeping dread. And then I saw him. He was lying just off the trail, near a small clearing of stunted, wind-beaten firs. There was no sign of a struggle. His pack was neatly beside him, his water bottle still half full. He looked peaceful, almost as if he were sleeping, except for the crimson stain that had soaked the front of his shirt and the ground beneath him. My training kicked in, a cold, methodical process that pushed back the rising tide of fear. I approached slowly, scanning the area. No tracks. The ground was soft from the recent rains, perfect for leaving impressions, but it was utterly pristine. No boot prints other than what I assumed were the victims and my own. No animal tracks. No drag marks. Nothing. It was as if he had simply been placed there. I knelt beside the body, my breath catching in my throat. He was young, maybe early 20s. His eyes were open, staring up at the darkening canopy with a look of mild surprise. And there on his right side, just below the rib cage, was the wound. It was a hole. A perfectly round, bloodless hole about the size of a silver dollar. The edges were not ragged or torn, like they would be from an animal attack or even a bullet. They were smooth, almost cauterized. It looked surgical, like a core sample had been drilled from his body. I've seen gunshot wounds, knife wounds, the gruesome work of predators. This was none of those. A cold, chilling thought, sharp and unwelcome, pierced the veil of my professional detachment. It looked exactly like someone had plunged a stone spear into him and pulled out his liver. I recoiled, scrambling back a few feet, my heart hammering against my ribs. The silence of the woods seemed to roar in my ears. I looked around wildly, my eyes darting from shadow to shadow, half expecting to see a figure, a monster, a thing emerge from the trees. But there was nothing, only the ancient, indifferent trees and that terrible, listening silence. My grandmother's voice echoed in my mind, no longer a comforting memory, but a harbinger's whisper. Spearfinger walks these woods, taking livers. I had always laughed it off. Just old tales. But as I looked at that poor hiker and the impossible wound that had ended his life, I wasn't laughing anymore. I was terrified. Panic is a corrosive thing. It eats at reason, dissolving training and discipline into a frantic, primal urge to simply run. For a long moment, kneeling there in the suffocating silence of the high woods, that's all I wanted to do. My legs tensed. My body screamed at me to get away from the still form on the ground, away from the impossible hole in his side, away from the watchful presence that felt like a physical weight on my shoulders. But you don't survive 15 years in this job by surrendering to fear. I forced the air back into my lungs, the sound of my own rag breathing a welcome intrusion into the dead quiet. "Haywood Dispatch, this is Ranger Luna," I said into my radio, my voice tight but steady. I was proud of that steadiness. It felt like a small victory against the terror clawing at the edges of my mind. The reply crackled back instantly, a welcome burst of static and normalcy. "Go ahead, Hawk. I have located the missing hiker, Ethan Hayes," I said, choosing my words with care, the way you'd navigate a minefield. "He is deceased." I paused, staring at the body. How do you describe the indescribable in a way that makes sense over a radio wave? The scene is unusual. I'm at grid coordinates 3531, 82.85. I need sheriff's deputies in the ME. The trail is clear for an ATV up to the 3-mile marker, but it's a hike from there. Unusual how? The dispatcher asked, her voice sharpened with professional curiosity. No visible tracks, no signs of a struggle. I said, leaving out the crucial insane part. Just send them Carol, and advise them to be cautious. The wait was the hardest part. As twilight began to bleed through the canopy, painting the forest in shades of gray and deep purple, the woods grew even more oppressive. The silence remained, but it felt different now, charged with a malevolent energy. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves in the phantom breeze, sent a jolt through my system. I didn't holster my weapon. I kept it in my hand, a useless talisman against a threat I couldn't comprehend. I did a wider circle of the clearing, my flashlight beam cutting a nervous swath through the deepening gloom. Nothing. Not a single displaced stone, not a broken branch that didn't look like it had fallen naturally. It was as if Ethan Hayes had simply laid down and a column of his own flesh had ceased to exist. It was nearly full dark when I saw their lights bobbing up the trail. The relief was so profound it almost buckled my knees. Sheriff Thompson himself had come, a big, barrel-chested man with a face like a weathered map of the county. With him were 2 deputies and Dr. Aris Thorne, the medical examiner. Thorne was a thin, perpetually wary-looking man who had seen more than his fair share of what people could do to each other. I thought he'd seen it all. I was wrong. "What have we got?" Hauk, Thompson asked, his voice a low rumble that seemed to push back against the silence. I just pointed with my flashlight. "He's over here. Sheriff." They gathered around the body, their powerful flashlights converging on the scene, stripping away the shadows. I watched their faces. The deputies, young and still impressionable, went pale. Sheriff Thompson's jaw tightened, his eyes narrowing as he took in the lack of disturbance, the pristine ground. But it was Thorne's reaction that confirmed I wasn't crazy. He knelt, his gloved fingers gently probing the area around the wound, his brow furrowed in a mask of pure, unadulterated disbelief. "My God," he whispered, the words barely audible. He looked up at me, his eyes wide behind his glasses. "William, what did this?" "That's what I was hoping you could tell me, Aris." I replied, my voice grim. "It's not a gunshot," he said, more to himself than to us. "No powder burns, no tearing from a projectile. The entry wound is too clean, and there's no exit wound." He leaned in closer, his light tracing the edges of the hole. The tissue, it's almost desiccated around the rim. Not burned, not cauterized in the traditional sense, but inert. All the blood is from internal hemorrhaging. Whatever did this, it was fast, and it was precise. Sheriff Thompson crouched down, his big frame seeming to shrink as he tried to process the scene. A spear. Some kind of custom-made weapon. A core drill. He was grasping at straws, trying to fit the impossible into a box he could understand. A drill would have left tearing, striations. A spear would have caused more damage, a messier wound. Thorne countered, shaking his head. And neither explains the lack of tracks. It's as if the assailant flew in, did this, and flew out. They worked for another hour, bagging evidence that wasn't there, taking photos of a scene that told no story a modern cop could read. As the deputies prepared to move the body, Thorne did one last check. He felt around Ethan's torso, his expression growing even more disturbed. His liver. Thorne said, his voice strained. "Based on the entry point and the internal damage, I can feel his liver is gone." The word hung in the cold night air, heavy and obscene. A collective chill seemed to pass through the group. A shared moment of horrified understanding that this was beyond any normal act of violence. The deputies exchanged nervous glances. Sheriff Thompson stood up, his face a grim mask. "This stays quiet," he commanded, his voice sharp as broken glass. "Nobody talks about this. Not the details. We have a dead hiker, because of death unknown pending autopsy. That's the official story until we know what the hell we're dealing with." Am I clear? We all nodded. But as they carried Ethan Hayes' body away, the forest seemed to reclaim the space, the silence flowing back in to fill the void left by their voices and their lights. I remained behind, telling the sheriff I wanted to do one last sweep at first light. It was a lie. I didn't want to leave. I felt like I was abandoning a post, leaving the woods to the thing that had done this. Alone again, I stood in the clearing, the memory of my grandmother's voice no longer a whisper, but a roar in my mind. Utletta, spearfinger. She had a stone finger, sharp as a spear. She would pierce the side of a man, pull out his liver, and eat it. She could change her shape, walk without leaving tracks, and command a silence in the woods. Everything I had dismissed as folklore, as primitive superstition, was laid out before me as cold, hard, terrifying fact. My modern world, my world of evidence and reason, had been shattered. I was standing in a much older world now, a world of teeth and shadows and things that walked in the night. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my very soul, that the sheriff's investigation would find nothing. You can't find footprints when the killer has no feet. You can't find a murder weapon when the killer's own finger is the blade. This wasn't a case for the police. This was something else entirely. And the man who had laughed at the old tales, was the only one who knew the monster's name. The lights of Sheriff Thompson's team vanished into the dark, leaving me alone with a silence that had returned to claim its territory. It was no longer an empty quiet, but one thick with a terrible memory and a dreadful sense of anticipation. The law of man had just departed with the hollow shell of Ethan Hayes, leaving behind a much older, more savage rule. I knew any official investigation would be a hollow exercise. They would perform an autopsy, interview witnesses who knew nothing, and the case would eventually be filed away, another unsolved mystery of the Pisgah National Forest. But for me, it wasn't a mystery. It was a declaration of war. The pistol in my hand felt as heavy and useless as a rock. What was I going to shoot? A shadow. The silence. My grandmother's words became clearer in my mind, no longer a bedtime story, but a long, neglected survival manual. I remembered her tales of the warriors who hunted Utlana in the old days. They didn't fight with strength, but with cunning. You cannot kill what is stronger than you. She used to say, but you can always trick what is prouder than you. And Sparefinger was proud of its power. Its weakness, according to my grandmother, was its stone finger. It was both its weapon and its heart, the source of its power, and its only point of vulnerability. The legends told of warriors who tricked it into stabbing its finger into the cleft of a tree, then used wedges to trap it, leaving it helpless. I returned to my truck, but I didn't drive home. I drove to the empty ranger station. Under the flickering fluorescent lights, I gathered not tactical gear, but an odd assortment of tools, a heavy felling axe, 2 steel wedges, and the most powerful chainsaw the station owned. I filled it with fuel and oiled its chain with a hand that was trembling but resolute. A plan was forming, a mad one, a desperate gambit that blended my knowledge of forestry with a forgotten folklore. I went back to the Shining Rock wilderness, but this time I moved off trail, pushing through the undergrowth with a new purpose. I was no longer a ranger on patrol. I was a hunter setting a trap. I found a massive oak tree, struck by lightning years ago. A great crack split its trunk, a gaping wound. It was perfect. With punishing effort under the moonlight that filtered through the branches, I used my axe and chainsaw to widen the split, creating a hungry mouth in the heart of the tree. I placed the steel wedges nearby ready. The next part was the most dangerous. I had to be the bait. Spearfinger was drawn to life, to the warm, vital pulse of a liver. I returned to the clearing where Ethan's body had been found. The place still felt cold. I took off my jacket and laid my pistol on the ground. I drew my hunting knife from its sheath, took a deep breath, and dragged it across my own forearm. The cut wasn't deep, but it was enough to send a ribbon of dark crimson welling to the surface. The scent of it, my scent, drifted into the still night air. An offering, an invitation, and then I waited. As my blood dripped onto the leaf litter, the silence of the forest intensified. It became deeper, so profound I could hear my own heart hammering like a drum in my chest. Then I felt it, a creeping cold that seeped into the clearing. The temperature plummeted, and I saw my breath fog in the air. It appeared not as some monster or demon, but as the figure of an old woman. Her white hair was tangled with twigs, and she hobbled into the clearing on bare feet. She looked lost, confused. Her eyes found me filled with pity. "My son," she rasped, her voice as dry as autumn leaves. "You're hurt. Let me help you." My ranger's instinct screamed at me to help her, but my newfound knowledge kept me frozen in place. I saw her eyes, not filled with concern, but with a bottomless, ravenous hunger. and as she raised a hand to comfort me, I saw it. Her right index finger was not flesh. It was a long, sharp point of dark gray stone, like a shard of flint. It trembled slightly with anticipation. "Come closer, my eyes are not so good," she said, taking a step toward me. "Her liver will be mine!" It roared and stabbed. I threw myself sideways at the last possible second. The stone finger shot past where I had been standing and slammed deep into the crack in the oak tree. The sound of rocks striking wood echoed through the forest. "That's all right," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "I can see you just fine, Utlanta." The recognition of its name shattered the illusion. The old woman's face melted away, contorting into a hideous visage. Its skin became gray and bark, like its eyes glowing with ancient malice. It shrieked, a sound filled with the rage of a discovered deceit, and lunged. I scrambled back, sprinting for the prepared oak. It was terrifyingly fast, moving through the woods with an unnatural speed, its screeching cry chilling my blood. I rounded the trunk and turned to face it. It grinned, revealing gumless voids, and raised its stone finger. Yo, it was my only chance. Before it could wrench itself free, I grabbed the nearby axe and used the blunt end to hammer the first steel wedge into the crack above its finger. The oak groaned and tightened its grip. The creature screamed in pain and surprise, trying to pull its finger free, but it was caught fast. I drove the second wedge in with all my might, sealing the wooden mouth of the trap shut. Sparefinger was caught. It howled and beat at the tree with its other hand, but its power was in its trapped finger. It was vulnerable. I picked up my pistol, aimed for the point where the stone met the fleshy knuckle, and fired. The gunshot was obscenely loud in the crushing silence. The bullet hit its mark but didn't shatter the stone. It glanced off with a spray of sparks. I fired again and again. One of the bullets struck just right. A hairline fracture appeared in the gray stone. I dropped the empty pistol and grabbed the axe again. With a roar that came from the depths of my own soul, a mix of fear, rage, and acceptance of my heritage, I swung with all my strength, aiming for that fracture. Steel met stone. There was a loud, sickening crack. The stone finger shattered into a dozen pieces. The creature let out one final, unearthly shriek, and then its body dissolved, not falling like a living thing, but discorporating, vanishing into the air like smoke caught in the wind. And just like that, the silence broke. Crickets began to chirp, joined by the croaking of frogs from a nearby stream and the distant call of an owl. The forest was alive again. I stood there panting in the cooling pre-dawn air, looking at my empty trap and the shards of gray stone scattered on the ground. The first light of dawn was filtering through the trees, washing away the darkness. I was a man of science and reason, but I had just won an ancient war with folklore and a steel wedge. I looked out at the Pisgah National Forest, no longer as a government asset to be managed, but as an ancient realm that I was now truly bound to protect. I know now that the old stories never really die. They just wait in the shadows for us to remember them. My name is Sarah Jennings. Officially, I am Ranger Jennings of the National Park Service, assigned to the vast, untamed wilderness of Denali National Park and Preserve. The title, the uniform, the structured purpose of the job, they are my armor. I sought this transfer, requested this specific isolation, believing that the sheer, overwhelming scale of Alaska could somehow dilute a grief that had become too concentrated, too potent to bear. I was running from memories that clung to my soul like frost, numbing everything they touched. I thought the quiet here would be a balm, a cleansing silence to score away the echoes of a life I could no longer lead. I was wrong. The quiet in Denali is not empty, it is watchful. My patrol cabin is a small, sturdy speck of human endeavor against a backdrop of impossible grandeur. Jagged peaks, draped in ancient ice, tear at a sky that shifts from brilliant, crystalline blue to the oppressive gray of an impending storm in the span of an hour. The forest, a dense tapestry of spruce and birch, crowds the edges of the clearing where my cabin sits, its darkness a living, breathing thing. For the first few weeks, the routine was a comfort. pre-dawn patrols on the snowmobile, checking trail markers, monitoring wildlife activity, writing reports. The physical exhaustion was a welcome anesthetic, and for a time, it worked. The vastness was a canvas so large my own small tragedy seemed insignificant. The illusion of peace shattered last Tuesday. The day began like any other, with a weak sun casting long, skeletal shadows across a fresh blanket of snow. I was returning from a sweep of the eastern perimeter, the hum of the snowmobile a familiar drone in the cold air. As I cut the engine, the silence that rushed in was absolute, broken only by the crunch of my boots. And then I saw them. The footprints. My training kicked in before the fear. My first thought was bear. A large one, judging by the size, perhaps a grizzly that hadn't fully committed to its winter torpor. But as I drew closer, the initial assessment crumbled. The prints were enormous, yes, easily half again as large as those of the biggest brown bear I had ever tracked. But it was the shape, the deliberation, that sent a cold spike of unease through me. They were not the splayed claw-marked impressions of a bear. They were bipedal. The stride was long, impossibly long, and perfectly spaced. There was a clear heel strike and arch, the impression of 5 distinct toes. It looked disturbingly, unnervingly human, but scaled up to a monstrous proportion. They led from the dense tree line, a straight, unwavering path across the clearing directly towards my cabin. The snow around each print was cleanly compressed, not kicked up or shuffled through as an animal's would be. It was as if something had walked with a slow, measured, and entirely silent purpose. The track stopped a mere 10 feet from my porch steps. It just stopped. There was no return trail, no sign of it turning aside or wandering off. It was as if the creature that made them had simply ceased to exist right there. In the open, just beyond my door, I unslung my rifle, the cold metal a poor comfort against the sudden, primal fear that gripped me. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum against the silent landscape. I scanned the tree line, my eyes straining to see past the curtain of dark trunks and snow-laden branches. Nothing. No movement, no flicker of color, no sound save for the whisper of the wind picking up. I spent the next hour documenting the scene, my hands shaking so badly I could barely operate the camera on my service phone. I laid a standard issue field ruler next to one of the prints. 18 inches. The depth suggested immense weight, far more than any man. The stride measured nearly 6 feet from heel to heel. As a ranger, I was supposed to be a rationalist, a scientist of the wilderness. I tried to conjure logical explanations. A prank. Unlikely. The nearest outpost was 50 miles away, and no one would venture this deep for a joke in these conditions. A known animal with a deformity. A bear walking on its hind legs. For half a mile, in a perfect line, without leaving a single other trace. The explanations felt thin, pathetic attempts to paper over a terrifying reality I couldn't comprehend. The sun began to dip below the mountains, painting the snow in hues of orange and violet, but the beauty was lost on me. I retreated inside my cabin, the deadbolt sounding like a gunshot in the stillness. I didn't light a fire in the hearth. I didn't want the smoke to signal my presence, a foolish thought since whatever made those tracks already knew precisely where I was. It knew I was inside. The way the tracks stopped short felt like a statement. I am here. I know you are in there. I am just waiting. The days since have been a slow descent into paranoia. Every creak of the cabin's timbers, every moan of the wind, is the sound of its approach. I do my patrols, I file my reports, but my focus is shattered. I find myself constantly scanning the trees, my rifle never more than an arm's length away. I sleep in short, fitful bursts, a recurring nightmare of a tall, shadowy figure standing motionless in the snow, its head cocked as if listening for the beat of my heart. 2 nights ago, the waiting ended. I was huddled in my chair, reading a field guide by the light of a single lantern, trying to force a sense of normalcy on the situation. Then came the sound. A soft, rhythmic tap-tap-tap against the western window. My blood ran cold. I knew it wasn't a branch. I keep them trimmed well back from the cabin walls. The tapping was gentle, patient. It wasn't the frantic scratching of an animal. It was methodical. It was a knock. I sat frozen for what felt like an eternity, listening to the sound, each tap a hammer blow to my sanity. Then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. I waited, every muscle tensed, for an hour before I dared to creep to the window and peek through a slit in the curtains. There was nothing but the silent, moonlit snow, and in the morning, I saw it. A single fresh print identical to the others, pressed deep into the snow directly beneath that window. It hadn't come from the tree line this time. It was just there. The single footprint was a violation. It was worse somehow than the long, deliberate trail that had first appeared. The trail had implied a journey, a creature moving through its territory, my cabin merely a point of interest along its path. But this single, perfectly formed crater in the snow beneath my window was an appointment. It was a message delivered with chilling precision. It told me that the creature did not need to walk from the forest. It could simply be there. My scientific mind, the part of me trained to observe, document, and explain, was failing. There was no logical framework for this, no biological precedent. The wilderness I knew operated on rules of energy, movement, and presence. This thing, whatever it was, defied them all. Sleep became a forgotten luxury. My nights were spent in a state of hyper-vigilance, sitting in the dark with my rifle across my lap, listening. Every groan of the cabin's wood settling, every sigh of the wind, was magnified into a threat. I began to see a shape in the corner of my eye, a tall, slender darkness that would vanish the moment I turned to face it. The isolation, which I had once sought as a cure, had become a potent poison. The silence was no longer watchful. It was predatory, filled with the unheard footsteps of the thing that haunted me. My duty required I make a daily radio call to the main ranger station at the park entrance. It was a lifeline, but one I was terrified to use truthfully. How could I report this? I could picture the scene Ranger Jennings, the transfer from the lower 48, who couldn't handle the solitude, calling in a panic about monster tracks. They would think I was hallucinating, that cabin fever had finally taken hold. On the third day after the tapping, my hand trembled as I keyed the microphone. Delta at Alpha, 7 to Park Central. Do you copy? My voice was a dry rasp. The reply came back, crackling with static but clear enough. It was Miller, the gruff, nope-nonsense head ranger. Raju Delta, Alpha 7. Go ahead, Jennings. Central, I'm reporting unusual track evidence in my patrol area. Bipedal, but size and stride are inconsistent with any known local fauna. Requesting information on any similar historical reports. I tried to sound professional, detached, like I was reporting a simple anomaly. There was a long pause on the other end. I could almost hear Miller rolling his eyes. Inconsistent how, Jennings? You find some snowshoe hair tracks that looked at you funny. Negative, Central. The prints measure 18 inches in length. Stride is approximately 6 feet. They are humanoid. I braced myself. The sigh that came through the radio was heavy with condescension. Jennings, you've been out there alone for 6 weeks. The cold plays tricks. The light plays tricks. It's probably a grizzly walking on its hind legs for a stretch, distorted by drift. Keep your eyes open, but don't go chasing shadows. Miller out. The radio clicked into silence, and the weight of my solitude crashed down on me with renewed force. He hadn't just dismissed my report, he had dismissed my sanity. I was alone, utterly and completely alone with this thing. My armor, the title, the uniform, had been stripped away, leaving me as just Sarah, a terrified woman in a wooden box 50 miles from another human soul. That evening, a frantic energy took over. I needed to do something, anything, to feel safe. I dragged the heavy oak table and wedged it against the door, a flimsy barricade against a creature that could seemingly materialize out of thin air. As I was pushing the last of my supply crates against the shuttered windows, my hand brushed against a loose floorboard near the hearth. It was strange. The rest of the floor was solid. Curiosity, a ghost of my former self, momentarily overcame my fear. I pried at the board with the tip of my hunting knife. It came up with a soft groan of old nails. Beneath it, nestled in the dark space, was a small oilskin-wrapped package. My heart pounded as I lifted it out. Inside was a slim, Leather, bound journal, its pages yellowed and brittle with age. The first page bore a name, Ranger Thomas Thatcher, dated 1978. I lit another lantern, my hands shaking as I opened the journal. Thatcher's early entries were much like my own would have been observations on weather patterns. Caribou migrations, the breathtaking beauty of the aurora borealis. But about a month into his posting, the tone began to change. October 12, 1978, he wrote, "Found tracks today I can't explain. Too big for a man, wrong for a bear. They lead right to the cabin and stop. Something is watching this place. I can feel it." I flipped forward, my breath catching in my throat. His neat cursive grew more frantic, more slanted. November 3, 1978. It comes at night now. Tapping on the walls. Not an animal. It's intelligent. It's testing things. I call it the silent walker because I never hear it approach. November 21st, 1978. Saw it tonight. Just a glimpse at the edge of the trees. Tall. Impossibly tall and thin. Like a shadow that had peeled itself away from the darkness. It moved in a way that wasn't natural. God, it wasn't natural. The final entry was just a few words, scrawled across the page with such force that the pen had torn through it. December 5th, 1978. It's whispering. From outside. It's whispering my name. Thatcher had officially been listed as lost, presumed victim of a blizzard. No one had found his body. A sudden, sharp scrape against the outside wall of the cabin made me cry out, dropping the journal. I scrambled back, my hand finding the cold steel of my rifle. The sound came again, louder this time. A long, deliberate drag, like a giant claw being pulled slowly down the logs. It wasn't the patient tapping from before. This was different. This was possessive. It wasn't knocking anymore. It was examining the walls of its cage, and I was the creature trapped inside. The scraping moved along the wall, heading for the door, and as it went, I heard a new sound, a low, guttural whisper that seemed to slide through the very wood of the cabin, a sound that chilled me more than any scream. It was the sound of a single word, my name. Sarah! The sound was not merely heard, it was felt. The whisper of Sarah seeped through the logs of the cabin, a vibration that resonated deep in my bones, cold and ancient. It was the sound of immense patience stretched to its breaking point. The scraping stopped. For a terrifying handful of seconds, the world was utterly silent again, save for the frantic drumming of my own heart. I remained crouched on the floor, the rifle feeling as useless as a child's toy, Thatcher's open journal a testament to the history I was now doomed to repeat. Then came the impact. A thunderous boom struck the door, so powerful it shook the entire cabin. Dust and splinters rained down from the ceiling. The heavy oak table I'd wedged against the door screeched, sliding a few inches across the floor. This was no longer testing. This was an assault. It knew I was in here. It knew I was terrified, and it was finished waiting. Another blow landed, stronger than the first, and I heard the sickening crack of wood beginning to splinter in the doorframe. Panic, cold and sharp, cut through my paralysis. I couldn't stay here. The cabin was no longer a shelter. It was a coffin being nailed shut. My mind raced, grabbing for any thread of a plan. The radio was useless. Miller's condescending voice echoed in my memory. No one was coming. My only hope, however slim, was the snowmobile. A blizzard was howling outside, a maelstrom of wind and ice that could kill me in an hour. But the wilderness I knew was a preferable death to the unnatural thing determined to get inside.
Press.
This time the sound came from the west window. The heavy wooden shutter I'd latched burst inward, splintering into pieces. A blast of frigid air and stinging snow filled the room. Through the shattered remains of the shutter, I saw it, a hand, long, impossibly long and thin, the color of wet ash. The fingers were like the gnarled branches of a dead tree, ending not in nails, but in what looked like jagged shards of obsidian. The hand clawed at the broken wood, methodically tearing pieces away, widening the opening. I raised the rifle, my sights wavering wildly. I fired. The explosion was deafening inside the small cabin. The bullet tore a chunk from the window frame, inches from the grasping hand. The hand didn't flinch. It didn't retract. It simply paused, as if considering my pathetic defiance. And then it spoke again. The voice was clearer this time, a A dry, rasping sound like rocks grinding together, yet it formed words. So cold, it hissed, the sound a perverse mimicry of a human voice. Let. That was it. My sanity snapped. I wasn't going to be a victim cornered in a cage. I scrambled across the floor, grabbing my emergency pack. My hands, driven by pure adrenaline, worked on autopilot. I stuffed Thatcher's journal inside. It was a warning, a legacy, the only proof this was real. I checked the magazine on the rifle, chambered another round, and slung it over my shoulder. Another earth-shaking blow hit the door, and the top hinge tore away from the frame with a scream of tortured metal. It wouldn't hold for another minute. I threw my weight against the heavy table, sliding it just enough to clear the door's path. My hand closed around the frozen brass of the doorknob. Taking one last shuddering breath, I yanked the door inward and plunged out into the storm. The cold was a physical blow, stealing the air from my lungs. The wind tore at me, a solid wall of white. I ran, stumbling through the knee-deep snow, my eyes fixed on the shape of the snowmobile 20 yards away. I didn't dare look back, but I could hear it. There were no footsteps, just a strange, continuous, slithering scrape, as if it were dragging itself across the snow with impossible speed. My fingers were numb claws as I fumbled for the keys. The plastic felt brittle, about to shatter. The scraping sound was closer now, so close I could feel a new, deeper cold on the back of my neck, a cold that had nothing to do with the weather. I jammed the key into the ignition and twisted. The engine sputtered, choked, and died. No, 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 please? I begged, tears freezing on my cheeks. I twisted the key again. The engine caught with a roar that was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. Without looking back, I slammed the throttle. The machine lurched forward, its track biting into the snow, and I rocketed away from the cabin, away from that violated space. For 100 yards, I drove with pure, blind instinct, pushing the machine to its limit. Then, an impulse I couldn't control made me glance over my shoulder. I saw the cabin, a dark shape rapidly shrinking in the swirling snow, and standing in the clearing where my porch had been was the silent walker. It was tall, skeletal, its limbs stretched out of proportion, making it look like a macabre stick figure drawn against the storm. Its form seemed to shimmer and distort, as if it weren't entirely solid. It wasn't chasing me. It was standing perfectly still, its head tilted in that same curious, listening posture. And as I watched, it slowly raised one of its long, ashen arms and pointed, not at me, but out into the vast, storm-choked emptiness of the Alaskan wilderness ahead of me. It wasn't that I had escaped. A horrifying, soul-crushing certainty washed over me. It hadn't wanted to corner me in the cabin. It had wanted me out here, in its world. The cabin wasn't the cage. The entire, endless park was the cage. The hunt hadn't ended. It had just been set loose. My name is David McRae, and for the last 12 years, I've served as a U.S. Park Ranger. It's a title I wear with pride. Most people think our job is about pointing tourists toward waterfalls and telling them not to feed the bears. And sometimes it is. But when the sun goes down and the last of the minivans have rolled out of the parking lots, the wild places of this country reclaim their ancient, untamed character. That's when my real work begins, and it's a job I do with my partner, Blue. Blue is a Belgian Malinois, a 10-year veteran of K9 patrol, and, without question, the finest partner a man could ask for. He's more than just a dog. He's an extension of my senses, a finely tuned instrument of instinct and training. His nose can parse the difference between a day-old human trail and a fresh one. His ears can pick up the snap of a twig over the rush of a river. And his courage is something I've seen tested against cornered mountain lions and armed men. In all our years together, I'd never known him to show true fear. Not until that night in Congaree. We were working a night sweep in Congaree National Park, South Carolina. The mission was standard procedure to patrol for poachers. Congaree isn't like other parks. It's a primeval swamp, a floodplain forest of ancient, colossal trees that have stood since before this country was a nation. Loblolly pines, Water tupelos and bald cypresses create a canopy so thick that it swallows the moonlight whole. Down below, the ground is a labyrinth of cypress knees. Woody, gnarled protrusions that jut from the dark water like the arthritic knuckles of buried giants. It's an easy place to get lost, and an even easier place to hide. The air was thick and heavy, typical for a southern summer night, alive with the deafening chorus of a million insects and frogs. The beam of my tactical flashlight cut a sharp, white tunnel through the oppressive darkness, illuminating hanging Spanish moss that looked like ghostly hair. Blue was trotting just ahead, his movements confident and silent on the damp earth of the trail. The humidity was a physical presence, wrapping around you, making your clothes stick to your skin. We were 2 miles in, moving toward a section of the park where a remote camera had gone offline a few days prior. The official report blamed it on a power malfunction, but protocol demanded we check it out. You don't take chances with poachers. That's when it happened. One moment, the world was a symphony of natural chaos. The next, it was utterly silent. It wasn't a gradual fading. It was instantaneous, as if a switch had been flipped. The chirping of the crickets, the croaking of the bullfrogs, the buzzing of the mosquitoes, everything gone. The sudden absence of sound was more jarring than any noise. It was a vacuum, a deep and profound emptiness that pressed in on my eardrums. The air, which had been warm and soupy, turned cold. Not just a slight dip in temperature, but a sharp, biting chill that felt like stepping into a walk-in freezer. I could see my own breath plume in the beam of my flashlight. Blue stopped dead on the trail. He didn't just halt. He froze mid-stride, his body rigid as stone. The fur along his spine, his hackles, stood up in a stiff, angry ridge. A low, guttural whine started deep in his throat, a sound of pure, unadulterated terror I had never heard from him before. He wasn't barking or growling in aggression. He was whimpering, his head lowered, his intelligent eyes fixed on a dense cluster of cypress knees just off the trail. Easy, boy. What is it? I whispered, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the dead air. I unholstered my service pistol, the familiar weight of small comfort. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum against the backdrop of the chilling silence. I swept my light over the area Blue was staring at. Nothing. Just the gnarled, dark wood of the cypress roots, slick with moisture, and the black, stagnant water pooled around them. There were no glowing eyes, no hulking shapes, no sign of a bear or a big cat. I switched my flashlight to the infrared spectrum, scanning for heat signatures. Again, nothing. The area was as cold and lifeless as the rest of the unnaturally silent swamp. Yet, Blue remained frozen, trembling, his whine escalating in pitch. My training screamed at me to analyze, to rationalize. An apex predator, like a panther, could spook other animals into silence, but not this completely, and it wouldn't explain the impossible drop in temperature. Poachers. Some of them are clever, using advanced tactics, but they can't command the very atmosphere. A deep, primal part of my brain, the part that our ancestors listened to when they were still huddling in caves, was screaming a single, undeniable message: wrongness. This place, this moment, was fundamentally wrong. Slowly, cautiously, I took a step off the trail, my boots making a soft sucking sound in the mud. Blue with me. I commanded, my voice firm. He refused. He dug his paws into the dirt, pulling back against his harness, his eyes wide with panic. He'd sooner walk into fire than approach those trees. Seeing him, my fearless partner, utterly petrified, sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. Whatever was in there, he knew it was something to be feared more than any beast or man we had ever faced. Ignoring my dog's desperate warning, I took another step, raising my light higher. That's when I smelled it. Beneath the scent of damp earth and decay, a new smell had crept into the air. It was faint but distinct. An acrid, chemical odor, like burnt wires or ozone after a lightning strike. It didn't belong here. My light caught something on the trunk of a massive water tupelo, just beyond the cypress knees. From a distance, it looked like a pattern in the bark. But as I focused the beam, I realized it was a marking. It wasn't a random scrape from an animal's claws or the carving of some vandal. It was a symbol, a perfect spiral etched deep into the wood. It was unnervingly precise, the lines clean and sharp as if burned there with a laser. As my eyes followed the spiral inward, a wave of vertigo washed over me. For a split second, I felt like I was falling, the silent forest spinning around me. I shook my head, trying to clear the sudden dizziness, and took a picture of the symbol with my service phone, my hands clumsy with cold. That's when I heard it. It came from the darkness, from the spot Blue refused to look at. It was quiet, almost too quiet to be sure I'd heard it at all. A soft, wet, clicking sound. It was rhythmic, but sickeningly organic. It was the sound of something hard and chitinous tapping against wood. But it was also fluid, like bones being gently rolled in a moist leather bag. It was a sound that had no place in this world, and it was getting closer. The sound was a violation. It didn't belong in the organic tapestry of the swamp, and every instinct in my body recoiled from it. My training, the years of discipline that had been drilled into me, fought for control against a rising tide of primal panic. Assess the threat, identify the source, maintain situational awareness. But the rational part of my mind was being drowned out by a single, screaming impulse run. It was Blue who made the decision for me. With a desperate, choked-off yelp, he lunged backward, pulling on his harness with the full force of his 70-pound body. The sudden jerk nearly pulled me off my feet, and the spell of horrified paralysis was broken. I stumbled back, my boots sliding in the slick mud, and turned, my flashlight beam cutting a wild, frantic arc through the suffocating darkness.
Go! Go, Blue!
I yelled, my voice cracking. We didn't need any more encouragement. We bolted back down the trail, a two-man, one-dog stampede fleeing from an unseen horror. The clicking sound immediately changed. The rhythm, once deliberate and almost exploratory, became faster, more frantic. It was the sound of 100 chattering teeth, 1,000 tiny bones skittering across a stone floor. It was behind us, and it was gaining. I risked a glance over my shoulder. It was a mistake. My flashlight beam, bouncing with my panicked strides, illuminated the spot where we had been standing. For a fraction of a second I saw it. I wished to God I hadn't. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't human. It was a shape, a silhouette against the blackness that defied logic. It was tall, impossibly thin, its limbs bent at angles that no skeleton should allow. It seemed to unfold itself from the space between the cypress trees, a thing of disjointed geometry and fluid shadow. There were no eyes that I could see, no discernible face, but I felt a pressure in my mind, a sense of being watched, of being perceived by an intelligence that was utterly alien and hostile. The most horrifying part was its movement. It didn't run or walk. It flowed across the ground, its spindly limbs contracting and extending in a grotesque, insect-like scuttle, each movement producing that sickening chorus of clicks. A scream tore from my throat. I turned and ran, my lungs burning, my legs pumping with adrenaline, fueled strength I didn't know I possessed. The forest itself seemed to turn against us. Roots that weren't there before snaked across the path, tripping me. Low-hanging branches, draped in Spanish moss, whipped at my face like skeletal fingers. The oppressive silence was now filled with the sound of my own ragged breathing, Blue's panic panning, and the relentless, chattering pursuit that was getting closer with every step. The cold was clinging to us, a tangible entity that sapped our strength. My fingers were numb, and the metal of my pistol felt like a block of ice against my hand. I could hear the clicking sound right behind me now, so close that I could almost feel the vibration through the soles of my boots. I imagined those spindly limbs reaching out, those chitinous claws closing around my ankle, and I pushed myself harder. The 2 miles back to the truck felt like 100. Every turn in the path, I expected to see the thing waiting for us. Every shadow seemed to coalesce into its impossible form, but somehow we made it. The familiar, solid shape of my Ford F-150 appeared in the gloom, a beacon of civilization in a world that had gone insane. I fumbled with my keys, my fingers stiff and uncooperative. The clicking stopped. The sudden silence was almost as terrifying as the noise had been. I froze, my key halfway to the lock, straining my ears. Nothing, just the pounding of my own blood. Blue whined, pressing his body against my legs, his trembling a constant, frantic vibration. "It's okay, boy. We're okay," I lied, my voice a raw whisper. I finally got the door open and practically threw Blue onto the passenger seat before scrambling in after him. I slammed the door shut and thumbed the lock button. The sound of the heavy thunk of the locks engaging was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. For a moment, a single, blissful moment, I felt safe. Then, a soft tap, tap, tap sounded on the driver's side window. I flinched so hard I hit my head on the roof. My heart, which had been attempting a slow descent from my throat, shot right back up again. I turned my head slowly, dreading what I would see. There was nothing there. Just the dark, empty forest reflected in the glass. I was about to dismiss it as my frayed nerves when my breath fogged the inside of the window. And in the patch of condensation, a pattern began to form. A line, impossibly thin and precise, traced itself into the moisture. It was a spiral. The same perfect, unnerving spiral from the tree, drawing itself from the inside of my truck. I scrambled away from the window, pressing myself against Blue on the passenger side. He was growling now, a deep, continuous rumble of hatred and fear directed at the empty driver's seat. I jammed the key into the ignition and twisted. The engine turned over once, twice, then died with a gut-wrenching whine. The dashboard lights flickered erratically, then went dark. The radio, which had been off, crackled to life. It wasn't music or a voice that came through the speakers. It was static, thick and harsh, and woven within it, faint but unmistakable, was the sound. Click, clack, click, click, clack, clack. It was coming from my own radio, broadcasting its horror into the cab of my truck. I slapped at the power button, but it was useless. The truck was dead. We were trapped. Panic gave way to a cold, desperate resolve. I grabbed the radio handset. "Dispatch, this is Ranger McRae, call sign Congaree 1. Do you copy? Over." The static on the radio intensified, punctuated by the clicking. Then, a voice came through, but it was distorted, pitched too high and too low at the same time, like a recording being played at the wrong speed. You, McRae? See the spiral S. The clicking grew louder, faster, right through the speakers, and the voice dissolved into a high, pitched electronic scream that made me throw the handset down as if it were burning hot. We were being watched. It knew my name. It was toying with us. My hand shook as I reached for my phone, my last link to the outside world. The screen was black. I mashed the power button, the home button, anything. It was as dead as the truck. I scrolled back through my photos, praying the picture I took was still there. It was. The image of the spiral on the tree glowed on the screen. But as I looked at it, safe within the supposed sanctuary of my truck, I saw something I hadn't seen before. In the darkness surrounding the symbol, almost lost in the grain of the bark, were other markings. They were smaller, fainter, scratches. Letters and numbers. It looked like a date and a set of coordinates. My blood ran cold as I recognized the location. It was the exact spot where the remote surveillance camera had gone offline 3 days ago. It wasn't a malfunction. It was a message. It was an invitation, and we had just walked right into the trap. The truck, once a fortress of steel and glass, had become a cage. The realization that this was a premeditated trap, an ambush laid by an intelligence that could manipulate our technology and predict our procedures, was a colder and sharper fear than any I had felt during the chase. We weren't just prey, we were the subjects of an experiment, and the lab was this suffocating, silent swamp. My mind raced, trying to piece it all together. The camera going offline. The coordinates etched into the tree. It had lured us here. It had waited. It knew my name. The distorted voice from the radio echoed in my head. "See, you McRae, how could it know?" My personnel file flashed through my mind. My history, my training, everything that made me who I was, suddenly feeling like an open book to this thing. Blue's low growl was the only sound in the dead cab. He was still staring at the empty driver's seat, his body a cold spring of animosity. He sensed it was still there, right on the other side of the glass, a presence that our eyes couldn't see, but his instincts screamed was real. The clicking started again. This time it wasn't from one direction. It was all around us. A soft click-clack from the roof. A skittering sound from underneath the chassis. A series of sharp taps against the passenger window, right next to Blue's head. He barked, a furious, desperate sound, lunging at the glass. The thing was circling the truck, testing it, enjoying our confinement. It was a cat playing with a cornered mouse. My survival instinct, honed by years in the wilderness, finally wrestled control back from the panic. Staying here meant a slow, terrifying death. The truck's battery was dead, my phone was a useless brick, and the radio was a direct line to the monster outside. We had one option, the one my screaming nerves had vetoed before. We had to run. But not blindly. Not like last time. Okay, boy, I whispered, my hand finding the thick fur on Blue's neck. His trembling subsided slightly at my touch. Okay, we're gonna get out of here, you and me. I took a deep breath, the icy air stinging my lungs. I checked my pistol. 1 full magazine plus 1 in the chamber. 15 rounds. It felt like 15 pebbles against a tidal wave. I holstered the weapon but kept my hand on the grip. My eyes scanned the cab, searching for anything that could give us an edge. My gaze fell on the emergency kit under the seat. Flares. An idea desperate and probably suicidal began to form. Light. The creature seemed to thrive in absolute darkness. The cold, the electronic failure. It was all part of its environment. What would a sudden, brilliant burst of light do to it? I carefully, quietly retrieved 2 emergency road flares from the kit. The clicking outside continued its maddening, random patrol around our metal shell. I took another look at the photo on my phone. The screen flickered, but the image of the spiral held. That symbol was the key. It was a lure, a focus point. It seemed to be how the creature exerted its influence. The plan was simple, and its chances of success were razor thin. I would create a diversion. I would give it a target. Listen to me, Blue, I said, looking my partner in the eyes. He met my gaze, his whining soft now, as if he understood. When I opened my door, you go. Don't look back. Don't wait for me. You run straight down the road. You get out of here. You understand. He whined again, a sound of protest. That's an order, soldier? I said, my voice thick with emotion. I popped the cap off one of the flares. The scraping sound of the striker against the ignition surface was deafening in the silence. The flare erupted with a blinding, ferocious hiss, flooding the cab with crimson light and thick, acrid smoke. For a moment, the clicking outside stopped. Now, I yelled. I kicked my door open and threw the burning flare as hard as I could into the darkness behind the truck. At the same time, I shoved the passenger door open for Blue. He hesitated for a fraction of a second, looking back at me, his eyes glowing red in the flare's light. I screamed. He went, a black and tan streak disappearing into the night, heading down the service road toward the safety of the main park entrance, miles away. My attention snapped back to the flare. In its violent flickering light, I saw the creature. It had recoiled from the sudden brightness, its impossibly thin form hunched over, its spindly limbs shielding a featureless space where a head should be. The light seemed to hurt it, to disrupt its shadowy form. The clicking was gone, replaced by a low, humming vibration that I could feel in my teeth. It was distracted. This was my only chance. Clutching the second flare, I burst out of the truck and ran, not down the road after Blue, but back into the forest, back toward the trail where this nightmare began. It was a crazy move, but I knew I could now turn it on open ground. My only hope was to lose it in the dense, labyrinthine swamp. The humming stopped, and the furious clicking returned, louder and faster than ever. It knew it had been tricked. I didn't look back. I just ran, crashing through underbrush, my flashlight, which had miraculously come back to life, bouncing wildly. The air was no longer cold. Where the flare had burned, a pocket of normal, humid summer air had returned. I ran for what felt like an eternity. The clicking behind me was relentless, sometimes seeming to come from the left, then the right, a disorienting, terrifying pursuit. Finally, my lungs screaming for air, I saw the massive water tupelo from before, the spiral symbol on its trunk seeming to mock me in the dark. I I skidded to a halt in the mud, turning to face my pursuer. I scraped the second flare to life, holding it before me like a fiery sword. The red light pushed back the oppressive darkness, and the creature stumbled into the clearing. Seeing it clearly in the steady light of the flare was 1,000 times worse than the fleeting glimpse I'd had before. Its skin was the color of wet charcoal, stretched tight over a frame that was all sharp angles and unnatural joints. It had too many limbs, some ending in needle, sharp points, others in hooked, blade-like claws. It had no face, just a smooth, shifting surface, and at its center, a swirling blacker than black vortex, a spiral that mirrored the one on the tree. I raised my pistol, my hands shaking but my aim steady. "What are you?" I breathed. It didn't answer. It just took a step forward, its chitinous feet clicking on the damp ground. The flare sputtered, its time running out. As the light began to die, the cold returned washing over me. The beam of my flashlight flickered and died. The spiral on the creature's face seemed to pulse, and a wave of dizziness and nausea hit me. I understood then. The spiral wasn't just a symbol. It was a part of it. It was how it fed, how it hunted, draining energy, life, and sanity from its surroundings. The flare died, plunging the world into absolute blackness. I fired. I emptied the entire magazine in the direction the creature had been, the muzzle flashes creating stroboscopic images of the terrifying form lunging toward me. I heard a high-pitched shriek, a sound of static and grinding metal, and something hard and sharp sliced across my arm. I didn't wait to see if I'd hit it. I turned and ran, blinded by the muzzle flashes, guided only by memory. I stumbled, fell, got up, and kept running, the shriek and the clicking echoing behind me. I don't know how I made it out. I remember collapsing on the asphalt of the main park road, the sound of an approaching car's engine, the most beautiful music I had ever heard. I remember being picked up by a pair of very frightened early morning bird watchers. I remember the look on their faces when they saw the deep, clean gash on my arm and the wild terror in my eyes. They never found the truck. When the recovery team went in, the service road was empty. No truck, no sign of a struggle. Just a dead surveillance camera and a strange, spiral symbol carved into an old tree. My official report was a masterpiece of creative ambiguity. Suspected poacher confrontation, a head injury causing disorientation and memory loss. They didn't believe it, not really, but what else could they do? They put me on administrative leave. Blue made it out. They found him the next morning at the park entrance, exhausted and dehydrated, but alive. He's retired now. He lies by my fireplace, but he never truly sleeps. Sometimes, in the dead of night, he'll let out a low, terrified whine, his eyes fixed on the dark corners of the room. I know what he sees. I see it too. I see a tall, spunly shape unfolding from the shadows. I see a spiral that draws you in, draining the warmth from the world. And sometimes when the house is quiet and the night is very dark, I can still hear it, a faint, distant clicking. My name is Evelyn Hayes. For 15 years, I have served as a senior park ranger in the vast, mercurial wilderness of Everglades National Park. It is a title I hold with a quiet sense of pride, a testament to a career built on practicality, empirical evidence, and a deep, unyielding respect for the natural world. In this line of work, you become a repository for stories. The locals, the tourists, even the old-timers in the service, they all have their tales. They speak of the skunk ape, a hulking, foul-smelling beast that stalks the cypress domes. They whisper of Gatorman, a reptilian humanoid that drags the unwary into the murky depths. They share ghost stories of Calusa chieftains and spectral pirates still guarding their lost treasure. I have listened to them all, usually with a patient nod and a noncommittal smile. My creed has always been one of rational explanation. The skunk ape is likely a black bear, its form distorted by the shimmering heat haze. Gatorman is the product of too much cheap whiskey and the primal fear of alligators that lurks in our collective subconscious, the ghosts. Simple swamp gas, temperature inversions, and the tricks that isolation can play on a human mind. For every mystery the Everglades presented, I believed there was an answer rooted in science, biology, or psychology. I had built my life, my entire worldview, on that solid foundation. Until last night. Last night, that foundation cracked. My patrol area includes the Shark Valley Slough, a 70-mile-long, slow-moving river of grass that is the very heart of the park. It's a landscape of breathtaking monotony to the untrained eye, but to me, every ripple on the water, every shift in the sea of sawgrass tells a story. I know its rhythms, its ancient and indifferent pulse. I was making a final sweep near the observation tower as twilight bled across the sky, painting the scattered clouds in hues of orange and violent purple. The air was thick and heavy, filled with the usual nightly chorus, the chirping of crickets, the deep thrum of bullfrogs, the distant cry of a limpkin. It was all perfectly, beautifully normal. That's when the lights appeared. They weren't the distant, flickering dance of St. Elmo's fire or the lazy, greenish glow of swamp gas. These were different. They materialized out of the deepening darkness over the heart of the slough, about 2 miles west of my position. There were 7 of them, 7 perfect orbs of cold, blue-white light, arranged in a flawless hexagon with one in the center. They didn't flicker. They shone with a steady, unwavering intensity that seemed to push back against the natural darkness, creating a pocket of sterile twilight in the swamp. My first thought was military, a drone exercise from Homestead Air Reserve Base. It was the only logical box I could fit it into. I reached for my radio to call it in, to ask for confirmation, but then they began to move. Not with the smooth, aerodynamic grace of aircraft, but with an impossible, instantaneous precision. The entire formation drifted left, stopped, then right, then up, then down, all without any discernible inertia or acceleration. They moved as one entity, a single, thinking organism. And then came the pulsing. The central light would dim, and as it did, the 6 surrounding lights would brighten in perfect unison. Then the process would reverse, a slow, deliberate, rhythmic pulse. Dim, bright, dim, bright. It was nothing like a signal flare or a beacon. The pattern was too complex, too structured. It felt syntactic. It felt like a language. It felt like something was communicating. My hand froze over the radio handset. Who or what would I even be reporting this to? Dispatch, be advised, I have a conversation happening in the sky. They would have me in for a psych evaluation before my shift ended. I stood there, transfixed, for what felt like an eternity, but was probably no more than 10 minutes. The wildlife had fallen silent. The crickets, the frogs, all of it gone. The only sound was the faint hum of my truck's engine and the frantic thumping of my own heart. A cold dread, an emotion I hadn't truly felt since I was a child afraid of the monster under the bed, began to creep up my spine. This wasn't natural. This broke the rules of the world I knew. Just as suddenly as they had appeared, they vanished. Not by flying away, but by simply winking out of existence. All 7 at once, plunging the slough back into profound, unnerving darkness. For a long moment, I didn't move. The silence they left behind was heavier, more absolute, than any I had ever experienced in the Everglades. Slowly, cautiously, the familiar sounds of the night began to return, hesitant at first, as if the swamp itself was checking to see if the coast was clear. I drove back to the station in a daze, my mind racing to find a rational foothold. A new type of drone, a sophisticated prank with lasers, an atmospheric phenomenon so rare it hadn't been documented. Every explanation felt thin, a flimsy bandage on a gaping wound of impossibility. I didn't mention it in my report. I wrote down all clear and signed off, my hand shaking slightly as I did so. Sleep did not come easily. When it did, it was filled with images of those cold, silent lights pulsing their alien message into the darkness. I woke before dawn, a new resolve hardening in my gut. I am a scientist at heart. I deal with evidence. If there was an explanation to be found, it wouldn't be in my office. It would be out there, in the river of grass. I took the airboat out at first light. The rising sun cast long shadows across the water, and a low, lying mist clung to the surface, making the landscape feel ethereal and strange. I navigated by memory and GPS, heading directly for the coordinates where I'd estimated the lights had been. As I got closer, I noticed it again, the silence. The birds that usually hunted in the morning shallows were absent. There were no fish breaking the surface, no turtles sunning themselves on logs. It was a dead zone. And then I saw it. In a wide, open expanse of water and grass, there was a perfect circle, at least 50 yards in diameter. The sawgrass within it wasn't burned or broken. It was flattened, swirled into a precise counter, clockwise spiral. The water inside the circle was glass still, despite the breeze created by my approach, and it had a strange, sterile clarity to it, utterly devoid of the usual sediment and algae. It was as if something had gently, but firmly pressed down on the very fabric of the swamp. I cut the engine and let the boat drift into the center of the circle. The silence was absolute. I was standing in the physical footprint of what I had seen last night. My skepticism, my lifetime of rational belief, was screaming at me to find a logical cause. A localized whirlwind, a methane bubble, anything. But my gut, the part of me that knew the soul of this place, knew better. I knelt at the edge of the boat, peering into the unnaturally clear water. The muddy bottom was visible, which was unusual in itself. And nestled in the silt, directly in the center of the spiraled grass, was something that did not belong. It wasn't a rock or a piece of submerged wood. It was an object, roughly the size of a human head, and it was a shape of perfect, impossible geometry, a dodecahedron. Its surface was a matte, non-reflective black that seemed to drink the morning light. Intricate silver lines, thinner than a spider's thread, crisscrossed its facets, forming patterns that were neither random nor familiar. They seemed to shift and rearrange themselves as I stared. A trick of the light on the water, I told myself. But I knew it wasn't. My training screamed at me not to touch it, to treat it as a potential contaminant, to call it in. But my curiosity, now laced with a terrifying sense of discovery, was a far more powerful force. This was the evidence. This was the explanation. I leaned further over the side of the boat, my fingers outstretched, the water cold on my wrist as I reached down into the silent, waiting muck. Just as my fingertips were about to brush against its cold, alien surface, a low, resonant hum started. It didn't come from the object. It seemed to come from the air itself, from the water vibrating through the hull of my boat and up into the bones of my arm. And in the murky depths, a faint, blue-white light began to pulse from within the geometric object, a slow, steady beat matching the hum. Dim, bright. It was the same light. It was the same rhythm. And I realized with a sudden, heart-stopping clarity, it hadn't been a conversation. It had been a beacon. And something had answered the call. My hand recoiled as if I'd touched a live wire. The hum intensified, a deep, bone-jarring vibration that made the water around the object dance. Every instinct, honed by years of surviving in a place where a single mistake can be your last, shrieked at me to flee. To gun the airboat's engine and not look back. But the scientist in me, the woman who had built a life on knowing and understanding, was paralyzed by the sheer impossibility of the thing. This object, this beacon, was the answer to a question I never would have dared to ask. And it was an answer I couldn't leave behind. Ignoring the tremor in my hands, I grabbed the short gaff hook I kept for handling large reptiles. My heart hammered against my ribs as I plunged the steel hook into the clear water. When it made contact with the dodecahedron, the hum stopped instantly. The light died. Silence rushed back in, so suddenly and completely that it was more jarring than the sound itself. The object felt unnaturally heavy, dense, as if it were packed with collapsed stars. With a grunt, I hoisted it over the gunwale. It landed on the aluminum floor of the boat with a solid, leaden thud. Up close, it was even more alien. Its matte black surface seemed to defy texture, both smooth and coarse at the same time. The silver lines were not etched or inlaid. They appeared to be an integral part of the material, shifting in the morning light like mercury. I quickly wrapped it in the Mylar emergency blanket from my survival kit, a flimsy shield against what? Radiation. A biohazard, a cosmic horror. The rational part of my brain was short, circuiting, unable to categorize the threat. I was about to yank the starter cord on the engine when a new sound reached me. It came from a dense thicket of mangroves and cypress about 100 yards away. It wasn't a sound that belonged in the Everglades or anywhere on Earth. It was a high-frequency chittering, like a billion insects chewing in unison, underscored by a wet, tearing noise like canvas being slowly ripped apart. It was a predatory sound. It was an intelligent sound. I didn't see anything. I didn't need to. A wave of pure, primal terror washed over me, cold and absolute. I didn't think I reacted. The airboat engine roared to life with a single pull, and I sped away, leaving the circle of flattened grass and the terrible, listening silence behind me. I didn't go back to the main station. How could I explain the impossible object wrapped in silver foil, now sitting in my cooler? I steered the boat to a small, private dock near the rustic cabin that served as my official park residence. Under the cloak of the humid midday heat, I smuggled my discovery inside, my eyes constantly scanning the tree line, my ears straining for that awful chittering. The familiar comfort of my small home had vanished. It now felt like a cage, and I couldn't be sure if I had locked something dangerous out or brought it inside with me. I placed the object on my sturdy oak desk. Unwrapped, it sat there, inert and silent, absorbing the light from my desk lamp. The silver lines, however, were definitely moving. They flowed across the black facets in slow, deliberate, geometric patterns that were hypnotic and deeply unsettling. Driven by a need to understand, to apply my scientific method to this madness, I began my examination. I tried to scratch one of its faces with my buck knife. The steel blade skidded off without leaving a single mark, yet the knife's edge was visibly dulled. I took out my digital camera to document the shifting patterns, but every photo I took came out as a blur of white light, a strange, overexposed flare that I couldn't see with my own eyes. The object seemed to actively resist being recorded, as if it existed slightly outside our laws of physics. As hours bled into night, the object's influence began to seep into me. There was no sound, but I could feel a pressure inside my skull. It wasn't a headache, it was a presence. Fragments of thought that were not my own flickered at the edge of my consciousness. I saw flashes of impossible architecture under a binary sun, felt a sense of falling through cold, empty voids between stars, and was overwhelmed by a feeling of profound, soul-crushing loneliness. My scientific resolve began to fray. I was a ranger, a biologist. I studied life. But the thing on my desk, it felt like it came from a place where life, as I understood it, was a foreign concept. The next morning, the radio traffic confirmed my fears. A tram full of tourists, not 5 miles from my location, had been spooked. Their reports were hysterical and contradictory. They'd seen something moving through the sawgrass, paralleling their vehicle at an impossible speed. Descriptions ranged from a shadow that ran like a man to something made of mud and vines. They all agreed on its unnatural speed and the way it seemed to flow rather than run. My blood ran cold. Then came the call that shattered my last vestiges of denial. It was Ben Carter, a young, eager ranger barely a year out of training. He was mapping invasive species near the Shark Valley Loop. "Eve, you're not going to believe this." His voice crackled over the radio, filled with excitement. "I've got some tracks out here. Never seen anything like tridactyl, but huge, like dinner plate huge. And the stride on this thing must be 15 feet. Whatever it is, it's heavy. The prints are deep. I'm sending you a pic. It's right near where your patrol was yesterday." The radio clicked. Then, static. Ben, repeat your last." I called, my voice tight. Only static answered. "Ben, what's your 20? Respond, Ranger Carter." Silence. A heavy, final silence that echoed the one in the slow. It was my fault. I had let it here. The object on my desk wasn't just a beacon. It was a key, and I had used it to unlock a door that should have remained sealed for eternity. The weight of that responsibility was a physical thing, crushing the air from my lungs. I had to fix it. I had to take the object back, throw it into the deepest part of the slough, and pray that whatever had answered its call would follow it or leave. I stood up, my decision made. But as I reached for the dodecahedron, it began to hum again. The low vibration rattled the pens in my desk cup. And then it began to glow. The soft blue, white light pulsed from within, faster and faster, a frantic heartbeat. The silver lines on its surface, once flowing slowly, now raced and converged, resolving into a single, complex image that burned itself into my mind. It was a map. A star chart of breathtaking detail. And I could see the trajectory, a shimmering path from a dark corner of the cosmos leading directly to a single tiny, insignificant blue, green world. To a pinpoint of light on a peninsula. To the Everglades. The object pulsed in perfect, terrifying synchrony with a sound from right outside my cabin wall. That sound. The high-pitched, chittering, tearing sound. It was no longer miles away. It was here. It had found the beacon. It had found me. For a frozen second, thought was impossible. The cabin, my sanctuary, became a tomb. The chittering, tearing sound was now accompanied by a wet, scraping noise against the cypress logs of the wall. It was methodically testing for a way in. Panic was a physical thing, a high-voltage current that locked my muscles. But 15 years in the Everglades teaches you one thing: panic is a predator's best friend. I forced a breath, the air burning in my lungs. I was no longer a scientist, I was prey. My eyes darted around the small room, inventorying my options. The door was solid oak, but the window shutters were old. My service pistol was locked in its safe, too far away. My shotgun was mounted above the fireplace, but getting to it meant crossing the room in full view of the window. The only thing within reach was the dodecahedron on the desk, pulsing like a malevolent heart, and the heavy, cast iron fireplace poker leaning against the hearth. I chose the poker. The scraping stopped. Silence descended again, thick and expectant. I held my breath, listening. A soft thud came from the roof, directly above me. It was on the cabin. A splinter of wood fell from the ceiling, landing on my cheek. I didn't dare brush it away. The thudding moved, slow and deliberate, toward the stone chimney. It's coming down the chimney. There was no plan, only a desperate, animal instinct. I snatched the dodecahedron from the desk. It was cold to the touch now, the humming and light gone, as if it were playing dead. I grabbed my Mylar blanket, my keys, and the poker, and bolted for the back door, the one leading to the rickety dock and my airboat. I didn't bother to close the door behind me. Let it have the cabin. I just needed time. As I burst into the oppressive humidity of the night, a glimpse of movement on the roof caught my eye. It wasn't a solid shape, but a distortion in the moonlight, a ripple in the fabric of the night. It was large, hunched, and its form seemed to writhe and coalesce, made of shadow and something that glistened wetly. It turned a featureless head toward me, and the chittering sound erupted again, no longer muffled by walls, but a full-throated shriek that tore at my nerves. It launched itself from the roof. I didn't wait to see it land. I scrambled onto the airboat, my hands fumbling with the keys. The engine, usually so reliable, sputtered twice. On the third try, it roared to life. I rammed the throttle forward, and the boat surged away from the dock, just as the creature landed where I had been standing a second before. The wooden planks of the dock splintered with a sound like cannon fire. The chase was on. I steered the airboat deep into the slough, into the labyrinthine waterways I knew better than my own name. The moon was high and bright, illuminating the river of grass in a stark, monochromatic palette. Behind me, I could hear it. It wasn't swimming, it was running on the surface of the water, its impossible strides kicking up plumes of silver spray. It kept pace easily, a relentless, tireless hunter. The object in my lap began to hum again, a low thrum that vibrated through my legs. The pressure in my skull returned, and with it, the alien thoughts. But this time they weren't just flashes, they were clearer. Hunger, pursuit, reclamation. The beacon must be returned. The specimen must be collected. The specimen. Was that Ben, or was it me? A desperate idea formed in my mind, a gamble born of terror and guilt. I couldn't outrun it, but this was my territory. I knew its secrets, its dangers. I knew where the gator holes were. Not the small ones. The big ones. The ancient ones where the bull gators, some 15 feet long and 1,000 pounds, held court. I changed course, heading for a notorious section of the slough known to the old-timers as Big Cypress Sink. It was a deep, wide basin, ringed by ancient cypress trees, its waters perpetually dark and teeming with some of the largest alligators in the park. It was a place we warned tourists to avoid at all costs. Now, I was racing toward it as if it were a safe harbor. The creature was gaining. I could hear its guttural clicks and chitters over the roar of my engine. I risked a glance back. It was closer now, close enough for me to see details I would spend the rest of my life trying to forget. It had 3 legs jointed like a spider's that terminated in wide, splayed feet that somehow distributed its weight across the water's surface. Its body was a chaotic mass of what looked like twisted vines, black mud, and something that resembled flayed muscle tissue, all constantly shifting and reforming. It had no discernible eyes, but I knew with absolute certainty that it was staring right at me. I reached the edge of the sinkhole. The water turned from grassy shallows to inky black. I cut the throttle, letting the boat's momentum carry me toward the center. Behind me, the creature never broke its stride, running from the shallow water onto the deep, black surface of the sink. I took the poker, wedged the heavy end under the driver's seat, and aimed the pointed tip at the dodecahedron in my lap. "You want it," I screamed into the wind, my voice raw with terror and rage. "Come and get it." With a final, desperate prayer, I slammed my fist down on the poker. The sharpened point struck the dodecahedron. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a web of hairline cracks spread across its perfect face. The object didn't shatter. It imploded. A blinding flash of blue-white light erupted, accompanied by a soundless shockwave that threw me back against the engine cage. The light wasn't hot. It was colder than a winter frost, and it washed over everything, rendering the world in stark negative. The creature, caught in the blast, let out a piercing shriek of what sounded like agony and confusion. Its form lost cohesion, dissolving into a swarm of its constituent parts, mud vines and shadow that splashed into the dark water. The light from the implosion pulsed once, twice, and then vanished, taking the artifact with it. Darkness and silence returned, but not for long. The surface of the sinkhole began to boil. From the depths, dozens of immense, reptilian forms rose. The old kings of the Everglades, drawn by the unnatural disturbance and the scent of something new and struggling in their water. The surface churned as they converged on the dissipating cloud of the creature. There were terrible, wet, tearing sounds. The same sounds the creature had made, but now directed at it. I didn't stay to watch. I restarted my engine and drove, not looking back until the sun began to rise and I was miles away, my body shaking with an exhaustion that went soul deep. They found Ben's truck abandoned 2 days later. He was never seen again. Officially, he was listed as a victim of a gator attack. I filed my report, omitting everything of importance. What could I say? I lied. I said I got lost on patrol. I am still a park ranger in the Everglades, but I no longer look for rational explanations. The foundation of my world is gone, replaced by the chilling certainty that we are not alone. I still patrol the Shark Valley Slough, but now I look up at the night sky and I don't see stars. I see doors. And I know that some of them have been opened. And out there, in the vast, indifferent darkness, other things are listening for the call. My official title is Lid Ranger Carter Reed, a designation I earned through a relentless work ethic that saw me promoted to this position within Rocky Mountain National Park faster than any of my peers. Ambition isn't just a motivator for me, it is the very framework of my existence. I operate on logic, procedure, and the tangible evidence of the natural world. So, when the call for volunteers went out to conduct a comprehensive survey of the long, abandoned mining claims dotting the remote northern slopes of the Never Summer Mountains, I viewed it not as a risk, but as an opportunity. A difficult, solitary assignment in a challenging environment was the perfect crucible to further prove my capabilities. The whispers surrounding that region were, of course, known to me. They were part of the park's unofficial folklore, campfire stories traded between seasoned rangers and wide-eyed seasonal staff. Tales of Ute spirits, guardians of the mountains who were said to have cursed the land after it was desecrated by the gold rush miners. The stories claimed the miners dug too greedily and too deep, awakening something ancient and vengeful. They spoke of men who went in seeking fortune and either never came out or returned as hollowed out shells of their former selves, driven mad by a profound and unnatural silence. I dismissed it all as superstition, the kind of myth making that naturally springs up around places of isolation and historical tragedy. My briefing file was filled with facts, not folklore. It contained topographical maps, geological surveys from the early 20th century, and property deeds for claims named the Gilded Hope and Last Chance Lode. The objective was clear: to catalog the remaining structures, assess environmental degradation, and chart any safety hazards like collapsed mine shafts or unstable tailings piles for future reclamation efforts. It was a scientific mission, a task of order and data. The preparations were meticulous, as always. I laid out my gear on the floor of the ranger station, a checklist in hand. A high-powered satellite phone, a fail-safe for the notorious communication dead zones in the range. A standard issue sidearm, more for the theoretical threat of mountain lions than anything else. Rations for 10 days, giving me a 3-day buffer on my projected week-long survey. My pack, when fully loaded, weighed a familiar 60 pounds. A comforting pressure against my back. My commanding officer, a grizzled veteran named Abernathy, reviewed my plan one last time. He tapped a weathered finger on the map, his gaze lingering on the cluster of claims I was to survey. "You know the stories, Carter," he said, his voice a low rumble. It wasn't a question. "I know the mission objectives." "Sir," I replied, my tone crisp and professional. He held my gaze for a moment longer, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes, not quite concern, more like a wary resignation. "The temperature can be deceptive up there," he said, changing tack. "Drops 20 degrees in a heartbeat even in direct sun. And watch the ground. It's mostly granite, but some of that shale is like walking on ball bearings." "Noted, sir. I'll maintain constant situational awareness." He sighed, clapping me on the shoulder. "Just keep your wits about you, Raid. That place has a way of getting inside your head." The first day of the hike was textbook. The trail ascended from the lush, pine-scented lower elevations into the stark beauty of the subalpine zone. The air grew thin and clean, the world shrinking to the rhythm of my own breathing and the steady crunch of my boots on gravel. By late afternoon, I had left the marked trails far behind, navigating by compass and the unerring contours of the land itself. The sounds of the park, the chatter of squirrels, the distant call of an elk, gradually faded, replaced by a silence that was deeper than mere quiet. It was a weighted, expectant silence, as if the entire mountain was holding its breath. I made camp on a small, flat ledge overlooking a vast, glacier-carved valley. The sun, a fiery orb, dipped below the jagged western peaks, painting the sky in violent shades of orange and purple. As the last light bled from the horizon, the cold Abernathy had warned of descended. It wasn't a gradual cooling, it was a sudden physical presence, a palpable drop in temperature that seemed to drain the warmth directly from my bones. I zipped my down jacket to my chin, chalking it up to the altitude and a clear sky, yet a sliver of unease pricked at the edge of my consciousness. That was when I noticed the rocks. As I was securing my tense guy lines, my foot rested on a flat, granite slab the size of a dinner plate. It was solid, a part of the mountain itself. I shifted my weight, and under my boot the rock moved. It didn't just slide, it tilted with a soft, grinding sound, as if settling into a new position. I froze, my heart kicking against my ribs. I tested it again, pressing down firmly. It was now immovable, locked in place as if it had lain there for 1,000 years. My mind raced for a logical explanation. A pocket of loose scree underneath. A seismic micro, tremor. I was a geologist by training. I understood the mechanics of the earth. But the feeling, it was the distinct sensation of stepping on something that was deliberately adjusting itself. It was the feeling of a floorboard settling in an old house, an intimation of presence where there should be none. Dismissing it as a fluke, a trick of fatigue and the encroaching darkness, I finished setting up my camp. I ate my dehydrated meal, the steam from the pouch fogging in the frigid air. The silence was now absolute. No crickets, no rustling of nocturnal animals, not even the whisper of wind through the gnarled crumholes trees. It was the most profound absence of sound I had ever experienced. It pressed in on my ears, a physical pressure. Later, huddled in my sleeping bag, I tried to read my geological survey notes by the light of my headlamp. But my eyes kept straying to the tent flap, my ears straining to catch a sound, any sound, to break the unnerving stillness. It was then that I heard it. It wasn't a roar or a cry. It was faint, carried on the thin, cold air from somewhere deep in the valley below. It was the metallic, rhythmic sound of a pickaxe striking rock, a steady, determined chink, 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 echoing through the cursed heart of the never-summer mountains. A sound that had no business being there, a century late. Sleep did not come. The rhythmic sound of the pickaxe was an anchor in the vast, terrifying sea of silence, and my mind, trained for logical assessment, clung to it desperately. Every possibility was analyzed and discarded. An echo. Impossible. The acoustics of the valley were wrong. Sound would scatter, not sharpen into such a distinct, repetitive report. A park visitor. No one was permitted in this sector without explicit authorization, which I myself had reviewed. An illegal prospector, then. This was the most plausible, albeit still unlikely, explanation. Someone driven by old legends of gold, sneaking onto park land under the cover of darkness. It was a violation I was duty-bound to investigate. I unzipped my tent just enough to poke the lens of my high-powered binoculars through the opening. The moon was a sliver, casting long, skeletal shadows across the valley. The air was so clear it felt like glass, yet I could see nothing. No campfire, no headlamp, no movement. Only the immense, sleeping shapes of the mountains. The sound, however, continued its methodical work, unwavering and tireless. It seemed to emanate from the base of a scree slope on the opposite side of the valley, a location that corresponded with the cluster of claims marked on my map as the Gilded Hope. The sound stopped as abruptly as it began. One moment, the night was filled with the chink, chink, chink of phantom labor. The next, the oppressive, absolute silence crashed back in, heavier than before. It was as if a switch had been flipped. I remained at my post for another hour, every nerve ending alight, but the only thing that moved was the slow crawl of the stars across the sky. Dawn broke cold and gray, the sun struggling to burn through a thin layer of high-altitude mist. My professional training took over, a familiar and comforting routine in the face of the night's strangeness. I wasn't a man spooked by campfire stories. I was a federal officer investigating a potential illegal incursion. I broke camp with practiced efficiency, but instead of continuing my planned survey route, I packed a lighter day, pack water, emergency rations, my first aid kit, the satellite phone, and my sidearm, now holstered accessibly on my hip. The mission had changed. The descent into the valley was more treacherous than the topography suggested. Abernathy's warning about the shale proved to be an understatement. Entire sections of the slope seemed to be composed of loose, plate-like rocks that shifted and slid under my boots with a dry, rattling hiss. It felt unstable, actively hostile. Twice, I had to arrest a fall that would have sent me tumbling down the mountainside. The feeling of being watched, a faint prickle the day before, was now a constant, oppressive weight on the back of my neck. I found myself scanning the ridgelines, expecting to see a figure silhouetted against the sky. But there was never anything there. As I got closer to the valley floor, other oddities emerged. Cairns, small stacks of balanced rocks, appeared at the edge of my vision. They weren't the neat, conical trail markers used by hikers. These were bizarre, gravity-defying sculptures. Flat stones balanced on their narrowest edges, precariously perched in arrangements that should have been impossible. They looked ancient and deliberate, like the totems of a forgotten religion. My geologist's mind saw only erosion and coincidence, but the part of me that had spent a sleepless night listening to a ghost mine knew better. This was a warning. I finally reached the base of the scree slope I had pinpointed as the source of the sound. The air here was stagnant and smelled of damp earth and something else, a faint, metallic tang like old blood. And there it was, almost completely hidden by a thicket of stunted, wind-warped pines, the entrance to the Gilded Hope. It was little more than a dark slash in the mountainside, framed by a few rotting timbers that looked ready to collapse at any moment. The ground around the entrance was disturbed. Freshly turned soil and rock chips were scattered about, a stark contrast to the lichen-covered stones nearby. It was undeniable proof someone had been digging here and recently. I drew my sighter, my heart pounding a steady, heavy rhythm against my ribs. "Federal Ranger!" I called out, my voice sounding small and thin in the immense space. "Come out with your hands visible." Only the silence answered. I conducted a systematic search of the area, my boots leaving the first and only set of prints in the soft earth. There were no footprints leading in or out, save for my own. No discarded food wrappers, no cigarette butts, no sign of a modern human presence whatsoever. Lying near the entrance, half buried in the fresh debris, was a pickaxe. Its head was a block of rust, pitted and corroded. The wooden handle was gray and splintered, so brittle it looked like it would turn to dust if touched. It was an artifact, a relic from the original miners. It could not possibly have made the sharp, metallic sounds I had heard. A wave of vertigo washed over me. I stood in a place where two impossible realities coexisted. The undeniable evidence of recent digging and the complete absence of anyone or anything that could have done it. Compelled by a force I didn't understand, I took a step closer to the mine's entrance. I switched on my powerful LED flashlight and aimed the beam into the darkness. It didn't penetrate. The beam seemed to stop dead just a few feet past the entrance, swallowed by a darkness that was absolute and hungry. It wasn't just the absence of light, it was an active, absorbing presence. And from within that void, I felt a palpable wave of malice, a pure, concentrated malevolence that was as real as the cold on my skin. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to run. I stumbled backward, my heel catching on something solid in the loose rock. I fell hard, my flashlight skittering away. Scrambling to my feet, I looked down to see what I had tripped over. It was a small, leather-bound book, its cover warped and stained by a century of damp. A diary. My hands shaking, I brushed the dirt from its cover. With delicate effort, I opened it. The pages were fused together, but the inside cover was just barely legible. The ink was faded, written in an elegant, spidery script, property of Silas Raid, May 1883. Read, my own surname. My blood ran cold. A coincidence. It had to be a coincidence. My family had no history in this part of the country. With trembling fingers, I managed to pry the first few pages apart. The entries were filled with hope, descriptions of the beautiful, untamed mountains, and dreams of the fortune that lay buried within them. But as I carefully turned another fragile page, the tone shifted. June 1883. The silence is wrong. The others feel it too. It is not empty. It listens. At night, we hear the mountain breathing. Or perhaps it is digging. My breath hitched. I looked from the diary to the dark, waiting maw of the mine. I felt a sudden, irrational certainty that I was not the first raid to stand on this spot, and that the first had never left. Snapping the diary shut, I shoved it into my pack. My mission was over. All thoughts of surveys and reclamation were gone, replaced by a single, primal need to get back to the sun, to get off this mountain. As I turned to leave, my gaze swept back across the mine entrance one last time. For a single, heart-stopping second, I saw it. Deep within the light, devouring darkness, two tiny points of pale, flickering light ignited, like embers fanned in a forge. They weren't from a lantern or a flashlight. They were eyes, and they were watching me. Panic is not a state I am familiar with. My training, my entire worldview, is built upon the foundation of calm, methodical action. But what I felt in that instant, with those pale, flickering eyes fixed on me from the absolute darkness, was not mere fear. It was a primal, soul, deep terror that bypassed all logic and procedure. It was the frantic certainty of a prey animal that has finally seen the predator hiding in plain sight. I did not run. Running implies a level of coordinated thought I no longer possessed. I scrambled. I turned and clawed my way back up the treacherous scree slope, my hands raw and bleeding as I grabbed at loose rock and thorny brush. Behind me, there was no sound of pursuit, no monstrous roar. There was only the crushing absolute silence, which was somehow more terrifying. It was the silence of a predator that knows it doesn't need to hurry. The mountain, which had felt passively hostile on the way down, now seemed actively malevolent. The shale beneath my boots seemed to liquefy, shifting and sliding with a deliberate will to send me tumbling back towards the mine. The bizarre, gravity-defying cairns I had passed earlier were no longer static markers. In the periphery of my panicked vision, I could have sworn they were rearranging themselves, subtly shifting to guide me away from the direct path, herding me towards the deeper, more rugged parts of the valley. A whisper, cold and dry as dust, slithered into my mind. It wasn't a sound heard with my ears, but a thought planted directly into my consciousness. Reed, it hissed, a sound of grating stone. Home, gasping for breath in the thin air, my lungs burning, I finally hauled myself over the lip of the valley and onto more stable ground. I didn't stop. I pushed myself onward, stumbling through the gnarled trees, my only thought to put as much distance as possible between myself and that dark maw in the mountainside. It was only when the first rays of the struggling afternoon sun broke through the mist and touched my face that I allowed myself to collapse behind a large granite boulder. My hands shook so violently I could barely unclip the water bottle from my pack. As I drank, my eyes fell on the leather-bound diary I had shoved inside. With a sense of grim obligation, I pulled it out. If I was going mad, I needed to know if I was the first. I forced my trembling fingers to pry more of the damp, stiff pages apart, turning past the hopeful early entries to the later, more frantic scrawls. July 1883. Johnson is gone. He went to relieve himself last night and did not return. We found his hat near the mine entrance. No tracks. The silence took him. It is a hungry silence. It wants us. It imitates. Sometimes I hear my brother's voice calling from the darkness, though he is 3 states away. My blood turned to ice. I thought of the pickaxe, the sound of labor, an imitation. August 1883. It is in the rock. We did not awaken a spirit. We have disturbed the mountain sleep. It is not dead stone. It is flesh of a kind, and we are parasites in its skin. It learns from us. It took Williamson's face. I saw him. I saw Williamson, standing at the edge of the trees, watching me. But his eyes were not his own. They were pale and glowed like embers. When I called his name, his neck twisted at an angle no human neck could manage, and he smiled a smile that was too wide, filled with shadows instead of teeth. I slammed the diary shut, a strangled sob escaping my throat. The eyes. I had seen the same eyes. This thing, this entity, didn't just kill. It absorbed. It collected. And it had a preference for my bloodline. Silas Raid never left this mountain because the mountain became him. And now it wanted me. A sudden, unnatural cold enveloped me, far more intense than the simple drop in temperature from before. A thick, wet fog rolled in with impossible speed, blanketing the landscape in a shroud of impenetrable white. My visibility dropped to less than 10 feet. My compass spun uselessly, the needle dancing in frantic circles. My satellite phone was dead, its screen a blank, lifeless black. I was cut off, blind, and being hunted. The sound started again. Chink, chink, but it was no longer in the valley below me. It was close. Sometimes to my left, sometimes to my right, sometimes directly behind me. It was the sound of my own footsteps, echoed and perverted into the metallic ring of a pickaxe. It was the mountain mocking me, telling me that every step I took was just another swing of the tool, digging my own grave. Through the fog, shapes began to resolve and then dissolve. The figure of a miner, his form indistinct and wavering, would appear for a moment before melting back into the mist. I saw the silhouette of a man I knew instinctively was Silas Raid, his arm raised, pointing me towards a deeper darkness. I squeezed my eyes shut, relying only on my memory of the topography, forcing myself in the direction I knew led out of this cursed range. My logical mind was a flickering candle in a hurricane of terror, but it was all I had left. For hours I stumbled on, driven by pure adrenaline. The final ascent to the ridgeline that would mark my escape was a vertical nightmare of loose rock and ice. As I clawed my way to the top, I looked back one last time. The fog had momentarily cleared in the valley below. I could see the entrance to the Gilded Hope. And standing there, at the mouth of the mine, was a figure. It had my build. It was wearing my clothes. It raised a hand in a gesture of farewell, and its face, even from that distance, was a perfect copy of my own. But as it smiled, its head tilted back, and its jaw unhinged, opening into a silent, black scream that was not meant for human anatomy. I didn't see the rest of the climb. I don't remember crossing the ridge. My next clear memory is of stumbling into the brightly lit ranger station at 2 a.m, collapsing in front of a shocked and speechless Abernathy. They found my abandoned campsite. My report was officially filed as a severe case of altitude sickness coupled with exhaustion-induced hallucinations. The diary of Silas Raid was dismissed as a remarkable but ultimately explainable coincidence. They sent another team to survey the claims weeks later. They reported nothing unusual, save for a minor, unexplained rock slide that had completely sealed the entrance to the Gilded Hope. I accepted a transfer to a desk job in a different park, far from the mountains. But I know what I saw. I know that the entity in the rock, the hungry silence of the Never Summer Range, is not gone. It is patient. It has collected raids before. Sometimes, in the dead of night, when the silence of my quiet apartment is too deep, I hear it. A faint, distant, rhythmic sound. Chink. Chink, chink. And I know, with a cold, hard certainty that defies all logic, that it is still digging. My name is Frank Kowalski, and for the better part of 2 decades, my office has been the sprawling, green expanse of the Allegheny National Forest. Badge number 73. For 20 years, the steady rhythm of the seasons has been the metronome of my life, the thaw of spring, the dense humidity of summer, the glorious, fiery decay of autumn, and the deep, silent blanket of winter. I've patrolled these logging roads, hiked these trails, and known the language of this forest better than I know the chatter of men. The snap of a twig, the call of a specific bird, the scent of rain on dry earth. These were my vocabulary, the constants in a world that always made sense. I'm not a man given to flights of fancy. In this line of work, you deal in fax poaching, illegal dumping, lost hikers, and the occasional forest fire. The woods are dangerous, yes, but their dangers are predictable, understandable. Or so I had convinced myself. The change began subtly, a discordant note in a familiar symphony. It started with the deer. Normally white-tailed deer are skittish but logical creatures. They fear cars, they fear the scent of predators, and they bolt at the sound of a human voice. But this was different. I'd find them on the shoulders of Route 6 to 66, not grazing, but standing rigid, their bodies quivering as if from an intense cold, though the air was mild. Their eyes were the worst part. They weren't just wide with the fear of oncoming traffic. They were glassy, reflecting a terror so profound it seemed to have burned out all other instincts. They stared into the dense wall of hemlock and pine, unblinking, at something I could not see. More than once, I had to use my truck's air horn to break their trance, only for them to crash blindly into the undergrowth, sometimes even toward the road itself. It was a suicidal panic, and it was wrong. Then came the silence. The forest is never truly quiet. Even in the dead of winter, there's the whisper of wind through bare branches, the scuttling of some hidden creature beneath the snow. But I began to find patches, entire hollows and stretches of trail, where all sound had ceased to exist. It wasn't peaceful. It was a vacuum. The air felt heavy, pressing in on my eardrums. The usual hum of insects, the chirping of chickadees, the rustle of squirrels in the leaf, litter, all of it, gone. The first time it happened, I was in the Hickory Creek Wilderness area. I stopped my truck and got out, thinking my hearing had gone. I stood in the middle of the dirt road, surrounded by ancient trees, and the silence was so absolute it was disorienting. It felt like the world was holding its breath, waiting for a predator far greater than any bear or coyote to pass by. I found myself reaching for the comforting, solid weight of the service pistol on my hip, a gesture I hadn't made out of genuine unease in years. I tried to rationalize it. A new strain of chronic wasting disease for the deer, perhaps affecting their brains. A localized environmental anomaly for the silence, an atmospheric pressure change maybe. I mentioned it to Dave, a younger ranger who still had the shine of the academy on his boots. He laughed it off over coffee at the station. Getting spooked in your old age. Frank, he chuckled. It's just the woods being the woods. His dismissal stung more than I let on. It made me feel foolish, like a man seeing ghosts in the shadows of his own exhaustion. For 20 years, I was the one who calmed the tourists, who explained away the strange noises as nothing more than a raccoon or the wind. Now, I was the one feeling the prickle of fear on my own neck. The feeling of being watched became a constant companion on my patrols. It was a classic sign of paranoia, I told myself, but the sensation was undeniable. It felt like eyes were following me from the deep shadows between the trees, a cold, analytical gaze. I'd stop and scan the woods, my eyes tracing the bark of every tree, the shape of every fern. Nothing. Just the forest, impassive and ancient. But the feeling remained, a weight on my shoulders that wouldn't lift until I was back in the stereo, fluorescent lighting of the ranger station. The breaking point, the moment my professional skepticism finally shattered, came on a damp Tuesday in late autumn. A call came in about an abandoned campsite near the Tionesta Scenic area. It wasn't unusual, people often left a mess. But when I arrived, the scene was chillingly pristine and deeply wrong. A high-quality tent was pitched perfectly. 2 sleeping bags were unrolled inside. Outside, a camp stove held a pot with half-cooked pasta, the water now cold and greasy. A lantern sat on the picnic table, its fuel spent. 2 coffee mugs were half full. Most unnerving of all, a car was parked just 50 feet away, unlocked, with a set of keys sitting neatly on the driver's seat. There were no signs of a struggle, no animal tracks, save for a few curious chipmunks. It looked as if the occupants, a young couple according to the vehicle registration, had simply vanished into thin air mid-activity. They hadn't packed up in a hurry, they had just ceased to be there. I walked the perimeter of the campsite, my boots sinking into the soft, damp earth. My flashlight beam cut through the gathering dusk, and that's when I saw it. Carved into the thick bark of a massive beech tree overlooking the campsite was a symbol. It was not a heart with initials, or any graffiti I recognized. It was a complex, geometric shape, a circle with a single vertical line running through it, intersected by 3 horizontal lines. The cuts were fresh, weeping a pale sap that looked like tears in the dim light. It was precise, deliberate, and utterly alien. A cold dread, far beyond the professional concern for a missing persons case, washed over me. This was not a sign left by any human I could comprehend. It was a mark, a claim, and as I stood there, the silence fell again, thick and suffocating, and I knew with a certainty that shook me to my core that whatever had taken that couple was still here, and it was watching me. The silence that had fallen over the campsite was a physical weight, a pressure against my skin and in my skull. For a long moment, I was frozen, my flashlight beam fixed on the weeping symbol carved into the beech tree. Every instinct, honed by 20 years in the wilderness, screamed at me to draw my weapon, to turn and run, to do anything but stand there, exposed and vulnerable. But I couldn't move. The feeling of being watched intensified, shifting from a vague unease into a tangible, malevolent presence. It was as if the darkness between the trees had coalesced into a single entity, and its attention was focused entirely on me. With a surge of adrenaline that finally broke the paralysis, I backed away slowly, my eyes scanning the impenetrable wall of woods around the clearing. I didn't turn my back until my boots hit the gravel of the access road. My hand trembled as I fumbled for the radio on my shoulder. Dispatch, this is Ranger Kowalski, badge 73. My voice came out as a ragged whisper. I cleared my throat, forcing a semblance of professionalism. Dispatch, Kowalski. I'm at the Tionesta campsite. We have a situation here. Looks like a possible missing persons. I need state police backup, and tell them to be advised the scene is Unusual. Unusual. That was the most pathetic understatement of my career. How could I explain a silence that drank sound? Or a symbol that felt like a curse? The troopers who arrived an hour later were what you'd expect: professional, efficient, and utterly unimpressed by the vibes of the forest. They saw an abandoned campsite and a missing couple, a tragedy that would likely resolve itself in a few days when the couple turn up after an argument, or less pleasantly, after a fall into a ravine. Kay's in the car, you say. Sergeant Miller asked, a thick mustached man whose expression seemed permanently fixed in a state of weary skepticism. Happens more than you'd think. People get into a fight, one of them storms off, the other follows. They get lost. Look at the camp, Sergeant. I insisted, my voice tight. Nothing is packed. Their dinner is still in the pot. They left everything as if they were just going to sit back down. And what about this? I shone my high-powered flashlight on the symbol carved into the tree. Miller glanced at it, then back at me. Vandalism. Some local kids with a weird hobby. The cuts are fresh, I pressed. And I've never seen anything like it. It doesn't look like any gang sign or local graffiti I know. He sighed, the sound of a man dealing with what he clearly perceived as an over-imaginative woodsman. Frank, we'll put out a bulo. We'll get forensics to dust the car, though I doubt they'll find much. For now, we treat it as a standard missing persons case. Don't go spinning yarns about UFOs and Bigfoot. All right? It just complicates the paperwork. His condescension was a wall I couldn't break through. They cordoned off the area with yellow tape that looked garish and flimsy against the ancient forest. To them, the case was about procedure and paperwork. To me, that tape felt like a laughable attempt to contain a cancer they couldn't even see. I was dismissed, told to file my report and let the professionals handle it. As I drove away, the image of that symbol was burned into the back of my eyes. It wasn't vandalism. It was a signature. The days that followed were a descent into obsession. The missing couple, a pair of college students from Pittsburgh, were never found. Their faces on the news posters smiled out at a world they had simply stepped away from. The official investigation quietly went cold. But for me, it was a raging fire. I couldn't patrol the familiar trails without seeing that symbol in my mind's eye. The forest, once my sanctuary, now felt alien and hostile. The patches of silence became more frequent, more widespread. I started carrying a handheld decibel meter, and in those zones, the needle would drop to 0. A true, absolute void of sound. During my off hours, I haunted the local libraries and scarred the internet at the ranger station, the dial-up connection groaning in protest. I searched for ancient symbols, forest cults, geometric carvings, anything. I waded through pages of New Age nonsense and crackpot theories. Nothing matched. I delved into the archives of local history, looking for folklore or Native American legends that might hint at something similar. There were tales of the usual spirits and monsters, but nothing that resonated with the cold, deliberate intelligence that the symbol represented. One afternoon, I found a self-published book by a local historian tucked away in the dusty corner of a used bookstore. It was called Whispers of the Allegheny. Most of it was anecdotal accounts of lumberjack ghost stories. But one chapter caught my eye. It spoke of the Silent Ones, or the Watchers in the Trees, a vague legend the early Seneca tribes allegedly spoke of, but only in hushed tones. The legend described them not as spirits, but as things that were other. Things that had been in the woods long before humans, and which considered the entire forest their domain. They moved without sound and could make the forest fall silent around them as a sign of their passage. The book said they sometimes left marks. To claim their territory, there was a crude, hand-drawn sketch of one such supposed mark. My blood ran cold. It was a variation of the symbol from the beech tree, a circle, a vertical line. This one, however, only had 2 horizontal lines intersecting it. It was close, too close. The encounters escalated. I started finding animal carcasses, but not in any way I'd ever seen before. Not torn apart by predators or wasted by disease. I found a full-grown black bear slumped at the base of an oak tree with no visible wounds, no signs of a struggle. Its eyes were wide open, and its fur was matted with a strange, silvery frost, despite the autumn warmth. It looked as if it had been flash frozen from the inside out, its heart simply stopped by sheer terror. A few days later, it was a flock of a dozen wild turkeys, all dead, scattered in a perfect circle in a clearing, their necks all broken at the exact same unnatural angle. The final straw came during a late evening patrol. The sun had bled out behind the hills, leaving the sky a bruised purple. I was driving down a remote service road when my truck's headlights caught movement ahead. It wasn't a deer. It was tall, impossibly tall, and stick-thin. It moved with a disjointed, lurching gait that was terrifyingly fast. For a split second, it turned its head toward the headlights. There was no face to speak of, just a smooth, pale expanse of skin where features should have been. There were no eyes, but I felt its gaze, a wave of cold, psychic pressure that made my teeth ache. Then it was gone, swallowed by the darkness of the woods as if it had never been. I slammed on the brakes, my truck skidding to a halt. I sat there, clutching the steering wheel, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought they would break. The silence it left in its wake was absolute. This was no bear. This was no man in a suit. It was real. Everything, the deer, the silence, the symbol, the missing couple, it was all real, and I was alone. Dave would laugh. Miller would have me committed. Then a memory surfaced, dredged up from the depths of my tired mind. A name. Silas Blackwood. A ranger who had worked these same woods long before I started. He'd retired suddenly, years ago. The rumor was he just walked out one day and never came back. People said he'd gone crazy, that the solitude had gotten to him. They said he used to talk about things in the woods, things that watched. At the time, I dismissed it as the sad ramblings of a burnt-out old man. Now it sounded like a prophecy. He was the only person who might understand, the only one who might have answers. I didn't know if he was still alive or where he lived, but I knew I had to find him. My life, and maybe more than just my life, depended on it. Finding a ghost is easier than finding a man who wants to stay lost. Silas Blackwood had been erased from the world with an efficiency that was almost as unnerving as the creatures I now knew were real. There was no forwarding address in his personnel file, no pension being collected, no digital footprint. It was as if on the day he left the Ranger Service, he had simply ceased to exist. For 2 weeks, every lead I chased turned into a dead end. I spent my days off driving through rundown towns bordering the forest, showing his old, faded photograph to bartenders and gas station attendants who just shook their heads. The hope that had ignited in me was beginning to dwindle, leaving behind the cold ash of despair. I was alone with this knowledge, a solitary madman in a uniform. The breakthrough came from the most unlikely of places, the back of the very book that had set me on this path. Tucked into the binding of Whispers of the Allegheny was a small, yellowed library card. On it, a list of names of those who had previously checked it out. Most were illegible smudges, but one, near the bottom, was written in a precise, steady hand S. Blackwood. And next to it, not an address, but a grid coordinate. It was a location deep in the state game lands, miles from any official road or trail. A place someone would go to disappear. The next morning, before the sun had even touched the horizon, I was in my personal truck, bouncing down a disused logging trace that corresponded with the general direction of the coordinates. The track eventually dissolved into impassable mud and rock, forcing me to continue on foot. I pushed through miles of dense, unforgiving wilderness, my compass my only guide. The air grew heavier, the woods more claustrophobic. Twice, I stumbled into patches of that suffocating silence, and both times I drew my pistol, my heart pounding, as I scrambled out of the invisible boundary. This was their territory. I was an intruder. Finally, after hours of hiking, I found it. A small, dilapidated cabin nestled in a forgotten hollow, almost completely consumed by the surrounding forest. It was more fortress than home. The windows were boarded up from the inside, and the perimeter was a messy collection of what looked like wind chimes. But instead of metal tubes, they were made of sharpened bones and shards of scrap metal. and carved into the door, the frame, and every visible wooden surface was the symbol. The same circle and vertical line, but with countless variations, some with one crossbar, some with 2, 3, 4. It was a chaotic tapestry of warnings. I called out his name, my voice sounding small and foolish against the oppressive quiet. Silas Blackwood. My name is Frank Kowalski. I'm a ranger. There was no answer. I approached the door. My hand raised to knock and noticed a small hand-painted sign, barely legible beneath layers of grime, D.O. no Itilistens. A chill went down my spine. I took a step back, unsure of my next move. Then a voice, raspy from Dessous, came from a small slit in the boarded-up window. You a ranger? Yes, I said, holding up my badge. I need to talk to you. About the woods. About what's in them. The slit slammed shut. I waited, my hopes sinking again. Minutes stretched into an eternity. I was about to turn and leave when the door creaked open, revealing a man who was a husk of the person in the photograph. Silas Blackwood was gaunt, with wild, gray hair and eyes that burned with a feverish, paranoid intensity. He clutched a shotgun like it was a part of his own arm. He stared at me, not at my face, but at my eyes, searching for something.
You've seen it, haven't you?
He rasped. Not just the signs. You've seen it. Last night, I admitted, my voice trembling slightly. On a service road. Tall, no face. The tension in his shoulders eased almost imperceptibly. He opened the door wider. Get in, and be quiet about it. The inside of the cabin was dark and smelled of wood smoke, whiskey, and fear. Maps covered every wall, crisscrossed with lines, notes, and dozens of those terrible symbols marking locations. He motioned for me to sit at a crude wooden table. He placed the shotgun on the table between us, the muzzle pointing vaguely in my direction. They're not spirits, he began, his voice low and urgent. And they're not animals. They're old. Older than the trees, older than the mountains. They are gardeners, and this forest is their garden. We are just pests, insects. The silent ones, I said, remembering the book. He flinched. Don't use the names. Names have power. Words have power. Sound is what they notice. It's how they hunt. He explained that the silence wasn't just a byproduct of their presence. It was a weapon. A field they project to deaden the world, to isolate their prey in a sensory deprivation tank of pure terror before they harvested. Harvested for what? I asked. Fear, adrenaline, the raw energy of a panicked mind. It's food to them. Like salt licks for deer, he said, his eyes distant. That couple at the campsite. They were a meal. The animals you found. Appetizers. He pointed a trembling finger at the maps. The symbols are the key. They're not just warnings, they're tuners. Resonators. They amplify things. The one at the campsite, the one with 3 bars. That's a lure. It amplifies the emotional residue in a location, draws them to it like moths to a flame. The campers were probably happy, content. A perfect beacon. And the one in the book with 2 bars. A ward. Silas whispered. A weak one. It disrupts their senses, makes an area taste bad to them. That's what I've been trying to figure out. The right frequency, the right symbol to make a shield. A way to be invisible. He gestured around the cabin at the frantic carvings. I'm still guessing. Sometimes it works. Sometimes he trailed off, his gaze falling on the shotgun. Why me? Why now? I asked. I've been here 20 years and never seen a thing until this last month. Because you started to see, he said, leaning forward, his intensity terrifying. They ignore what doesn't notice them. You're a rock in the river. For 20 years, the water just flowed around you. But then you saw the spooked deer. You felt the silence. You found the symbol. You started looking for them. And once you look, they look back. That thing you saw on the road, it wasn't just passing by Frank. It was coming for you. You've been marked. As the weight of his words settled in the small, dark cabin, a new sound began. Or rather, an unsound. From outside, the gentle hum of the forest. The crickets, the wind, the life that had returned after I'd arrived, began to fade. My decibel meter, which I'd left clipped to my belt, flickered and then flatlined. 0. Silas's eyes widened in sheer terror. He stared past me toward the boarded-up window. Oh God, he breathed, his knuckles white on the stock of his shotgun. We talked too much. We said the words. You led it right to me. A soft, scraping sound came from the roof, the noise of something impossibly heavy dragging itself across the shingles. Then, a scratching at the door. Not the frantic clawing of an animal, but the slow, deliberate scrape of something testing the wood, testing the symbols carved into it. I drew my pistol, my hands slick with sweat. The room was plunged into a cold that had nothing to do with the temperature. The pressure in my skull was immense. The feeling of being watched was no longer a vague sensation from the woods. It was a concrete certainty. Right outside the door, its faceless gaze boring through the wood, through my skull, tasting the fear that was now a scream in my mind. And in that absolute, crushing silence, I knew we weren't just being hunted. We were the main course. My name is Lena Petrova, and for the last 6 years, my office has been the sprawling, untamed wilderness of Mount Rainier National Park. It's a formal title, Park Ranger, but the mountain doesn't care for formalities. It demands respect, an understanding of its moods, and an unwavering nerve. They assign me the night patrols, particularly in the higher elevations near the region we call Paradise. For a simple reason, I'm good in the dark. I've always found a certain peace in the profound silence of a forest after sundown, a clarity that the daylight, with all its distractions, seems to wash out. The night is honest. The creatures that move within it are driven by instinct, and the sounds they make are a language I have learned to speak fluently. The hoot of a great horned owl, the distant howl of a coyote pack, the heavy tread of a black bear, they are all familiar voices, the regular pulse of a living, breathing ecosystem. But recently, that pulse has felt erratic. The shadows up here, the ones that pool at the base of ancient firs and spill across the alpine meadows, have been different. They seem deeper, somehow as if they are not merely an absence of light, but a presence in their own right. They stretch longer than they should in the pale glow of the moon, clinging to the edges of my vision with a strange persistence. It's a subtle change, the kind you might dismiss as fatigue or an overactive imagination, and for weeks, that's exactly what I did. I blamed the long hours, the solitude, the thin air. I told myself I was just tired. That excuse shattered last night. The air was cold and still, the kind of absolute silence where you can hear the blood rushing in your own ears. I was on the Skyline Trail, a loop that offers breathtaking, panoramic views of the Nisqually Glacier under the stars. The sky was a spectacle, a spray of diamonds on black velvet, and the moon was a sharp, silver crescent. I'd paused my patrol, leaning against the cold metal of a guardrail, to simply take it all in, to reset my senses. That's when I saw it. It wasn't a sudden movement that caught my eye. It was the opposite. It was a patch of absolute blackness against the slightly less black silhouette of the distant tree line that seemed to detach itself from the forest. It wasn't a bear, which would have been bulky and low to the ground. It wasn't a deer or an elk. It lacked the familiar, graceful shape. This was something else. It rose slowly, a column of shadow that unfolded itself until it stood against the starlight, a figure that was too tall, too thin, to be anything human or animal I knew. Its limbs, if they could be called that, were impossibly long and slender, like the branches of a dead tree. It had a suggestion of a head, but no discernible features. It just stood there for what felt like an eternity, perfectly still. My training kicked in, a detached, clinical part of my brain trying to process the data. Fauna identification, unknown. Threat assessment, indeterminate. I reached for the high lumen flashlight on my belt, my fingers cold and clumsy. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs, but my breathing remained steady, a practiced calm I'd relied on 100 times before. But as my fingers closed around the flashlight's grip, the figure moved. It didn't walk. It didn't run. It flowed. It moved out from the tree line and across the edge of the snowfield with a liquid grace that defied physics. There was no sound, no crunch of snow, no rustle of clothing, no exhalation of breath. It was a void gliding through the landscape, silent and utterly alien. It moved parallel to the trail, keeping its distance, a silent observer in the dark. I felt a primal fear grip me then, a cold dread that had nothing to do with the freezing mountain air. This wasn't a predator, I understood. This was a violation of the natural order. I flicked on my flashlight, its powerful beam cutting a clean, white cone through the darkness. I swept it across the snowfield, tracing the path the figure had taken. Nothing, the beam illuminated only pristine, undisturbed snow. There were no tracks, no marks, no sign that anything had passed that way at all. I swept the light back and forth, my movements becoming more frantic, my professional calm evaporating into raw panic. It was gone. It had vanished as silently as it had appeared. The rest of the patrol was a nightmare. Every gust of wind sounded like a whisper. Every shadow seemed to writhe and shift at the edge of my vision. The familiar forest had transformed into a place of menace, its comforting darkness now hiding a threat I couldn't comprehend. I felt watched, hunted. I found myself drawing my sidearm, the weight of it a small, inadequate comfort against a fear that felt ancient and vast. I finished my route on pure adrenaline, my eyes scanning, my ears straining, my mind racing to find a rational explanation. A trick of the moonlight, a hallucination brought on by altitude and exhaustion, a new kind of animal, perhaps undocumented and nocturnal. None of it fit. The silence, the lack of tracks, that was the part that screamed loudest in my mind. When I finally got back to the ranger station just before dawn, my hands were shaking. I sat in my truck for a long time, the engine ticking as it cooled, watching the first gray light of morning touch the peak of the mountain. I should have gone inside and filed a report, an incident report. But what would I write? Saw a tall, skinny shadow, person that left no footprints. They'd have me on administrative leave and booked for a psych evaluation before the sun had fully risen. My credibility, my career would all be gone. I kept my mouth shut. I went home, showered, and tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, I saw that impossible silhouette against the stars. The images burned into my memory. Today I'm preparing for my next shift. I've checked my equipment, oiled my firearm, and packed an extra set of batteries for my flashlight. I'm also bringing a digital camera with a night vision setting. I have to go back. I have to know if it was real. Part of me, the rational, trained ranger, hopes to find nothing, to prove it was all in my head. But a much deeper, colder part of me knows what's out there, waiting in the long, deep shadows of paradise. It knows I'm coming back. The drive back up the winding mountain road felt different tonight. The familiar curves and switchbacks, usually a source of comfort, now seemed to coil with a hidden tension. Every shadow cast by my truck's headlights looked like it was about to spring to life. The dread that had been a cold knot in my stomach all day had now unfurled, sending icy tendrils through my veins. Yet, beneath the fear was a layer of hard, defiant resolve. I wasn't just a ranger on patrol anymore. I was a hunter, and my quarry was a piece of the night itself. I parked at the Paradise Visitor Center, the lot empty and desolate under the cold, unblinking stars. The air was thin and bit at my exposed cheeks. I took a moment, my hand resting on the reassuringly solid frame of the digital camera on the passenger seat. It felt flimsy, a toy against the immense, silent power of the mountain. But it was my only hope for proof, for sanity. I clipped it to my belt, took a deep, steadying breath, and stepped out into the profound silence. The first hour of my patrol was unnervingly normal. The mountain was quiet, but it was a familiar quiet. I heard the distant call of an owl and saw the fleeting shapes of snowshoe hares darting across the periphery of my headlamp's beam. I performed my duties with mechanical precision, checking trail markers and looking for any signs of lost or stranded hikers, even though the trails had been closed to the public for hours. My mind, however, was miles away, fixed on the Skyline Trail. Every step I took felt like it was leading me toward a confrontation I was in no way prepared for. As I approached the trailhead, a change in the atmosphere became palpable. The ambient sounds of the forest floor, the rustle of small creatures in the undergrowth, the gentle sigh of the wind through the pines, began to fade. It wasn't a sudden silencing, but a gradual dampening, as if a thick blanket was being lowered over the landscape. The silence that remained was unnatural, heavy, and absolute. It was the silence of a place holding its breath. I reached the guardrail, the exact spot where I had stood the night before. The metal was frigid to the touch. The view was the same, a breathtaking vista of snow and ice under a star, dusted sky. But the beauty was gone for me, replaced by a sense of deep foreboding. I unclipped the camera from my belt, switched it to its night, vision setting, and mounted it on a small, portable tripod I'd brought along. I aimed it at the tree line, the same dark wall of firs from which the figure had emerged. Then I waited. Minutes stretched into an hour. The cold began to seep into my bones, a deep, persistent chill that had little to do with the temperature. I scanned the darkness, my eyes straining, my senses on a razor's edge. I was so focused on the tree line that I almost missed it. A flicker of movement to my left, further down the trail. I whipped my head around, my heart leaping into my throat. Nothing. Just shadows playing tricks on me. I turned back to the camera, my hands clenched into fists. That's when I saw it on the small display screen. The camera, with its enhanced light gathering capabilities, could see what my naked eyes could not. At the far edge of the snowfield, where the forest began, a figure was standing. It was the same one. The same impossibly tall, slender silhouette. It was perfectly still, a statue carved from solidified night. My breath hitched. It was real. I wasn't crazy. Slowly, deliberately, I reached out and pressed the record button. A small red light blinked on the camera, a tiny beacon of defiance in the oppressive dark. As if responding to the action, the figure moved. It flowed forward, just as before, a silent, graceful glide across the pristine snow. It didn't seem to notice or care about me or the camera. It was simply moving, following a path only it could see. It moved closer this time, its trajectory bringing it to the edge of the trail, perhaps 50 yards from my position. I could see it more clearly now, though. Clearly was a relative term. The form was fluid, constantly shifting, its edges blurring and sharpening like smoke. It had no face, no eyes, just a smooth, featureless surface where a head should be. Its long, spindly limbs drifted at its sides, not swinging, but trailing as if they were weightless. A wave of vertigo washed over me. My mind rebelled against what I was seeing, trying to slot it into a recognizable category, animal, human, geological phenomenon, and failing utterly. It stopped, it turned its head in my direction. I couldn't be sure, not without eyes to see, but I felt its attention land on me. It was like being pinned by a searchlight, but instead of light, it was a feeling of pure, empty cold. The air around me seemed to drop several degrees. I could see my own breath misting in front of my face, illuminated by the faint starlight. The primal fear from the night before returned, but this time it was sharper, laced with a terrifying curiosity. What did it want? It took a step onto the trail, its form coalescing for a moment into something more solid. It was now directly in my path, blocking my way back to the visitor center. My hand went to my sidearm, the cold leather of the holster a familiar comfort.
Federal agent, do not approach!
I shouted, the words sounding small and absurd in the vast emptiness. My voice came out as a strained, hoarse cry. The figure did not react to my voice. It made no sound. Instead, it raised one of its long, slender arms. The limbs stretched, elongating in a way that was fundamentally wrong, reaching across the trail toward me. It wasn't a threatening gesture, not an attack. It was more like an offering or a question. My mind screamed at me to run, to shoot, to do something. But I was frozen, mesmerized by the sheer impossibility of it all. Then it simply dissolved. It didn't run away or vanish in a puff of smoke. Its form just seemed to lose coherence, breaking apart into countless motes of shadow that were instantly swallowed by the surrounding darkness. One moment it was there, a terrifying, tangible presence on the trail. The next, there was nothing. The oppressive silence lifted, and the normal sounds of the forest began to creep back in. The wind, the distant rustle of a nocturnal creature. I stood there for a full minute, my body trembling uncontrollably. Finally, the adrenaline broke through my paralysis. I scrambled toward the camera, fumbling with the tripod, and ripped it from its mount. I didn't look back. I ran. I sprinted down the trail, my lungs burning, my feet slipping on icy patches, my only thought to get back to the truck, back to the light, back to sanity. I burst into the ranger station, slamming the door behind me and leaning against it, gasping for air. My colleague on the early morning shift, a grizzled veteran named Dave, looked up from his coffee, his eyes wide with alarm. "Lena, what the hell happened to you? You look like you've seen a ghost." I couldn't speak. I just shook my head, stumbled over to a chair, and sank into it. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the camera. With fumbling fingers, I navigated to the playback menu. My heart pounded against my ribs as the screen flickered to life. I had to see it. I had to know that what I saw was captured, that I had proof. The video began to play. The screen showed the empty, moonlit snowfield, the dark tree line, and nothing else. I fast-forwarded, my thumb jabbing at the button. The entire clip, all 15 minutes of it, showed nothing but an empty landscape. The figure wasn't there. It was as if it had never been. The camera had recorded only what was supposed to be there, not the impossible thing that was. The recording was clean, perfect, and utterly, terrifyingly empty. Dave stared at me, his weathered face etched with a mixture of concern and disbelief. Empty. "Lena, you were gone for hours. You came in here looking like you'd wrestled a cougar and lost. What did you see up there?" I looked down at the camera in my hands, its smooth plastic casing feeling like a lie. How could I explain it? The absolute certainty of what I had seen contrasted with the blank, mocking emptiness of the recording. I don't know, Dave. I managed to say, my voice trembling. "I think the altitude is getting to me. I was tired. I thought I saw something, but..." I let the sentence hang, implying the obvious conclusion. I was cracking up. He didn't push it, but the look in his eyes changed. The concern was still there, but it was now tinged with pity. He saw a colleague who was losing her nerve, succumbing to the pressures of a job that thrives on solitude and silence. In the days that followed, a new kind of isolation wrapped around me, colder and more complete than any mountain winter. My fellow rangers were polite, but distant. Whispers followed me down the hallways of the station. I was the one who saw things, in the dark. My reputation, once my shield, had become a cage. I was ordered to take a week of administrative leave. But I didn't rest. The fear had subsided, replaced by a consuming, feverish obsession. I couldn't trust my own eyes, and technology had failed me. There had to be another way. I turned to the park's archives, a dusty, forgotten room filled with the ghosts of rangers past. I spent my days poring over decades of handwritten patrol logs, incident reports, and personal journals. I was looking for a pattern, a hint, a single entry that would echo my own experience. For days, I found nothing but accounts of avalanches, bear encounters, and lost hikers. But then, tucked away in a brittle, leather-bound logbook from 1948, I found it. The entry was from a ranger named William Arundel. His handwriting was a barely legible scrawl. October 12th, night patrol near Paradise. The silence tonight is wrong, deeper than it should be. The animals are gone, saw a shape by the glacier. Not a bear. Too tall. Moved like smoke on the wind. Left no tracks. Felt a cold I've never known. Am I losing my senses? The logbook ended a week later. The final entry, written by the head ranger at the time, was terse. Arundel has taken an indefinite leave of absence. Personal reasons. He had seen it. He had seen the exact same thing in the exact same place. I wasn't crazy. I wasn't the first. A surge of validation, so powerful it almost brought me to my knees, washed over me. Armed with this new knowledge, I expanded my search, digging into local history, even contacting a tribal historian from the Nisqually Indian tribe, whose ancestral lands the park now occupied. She listened patiently to my carefully worded questions about mountain spirits and legends. She told me an old story, a tale passed down through generations, of the Tacoma's shadow, a spirit that was not evil nor good, but simply was. It was a part of the mountain, an embodiment of its immense, silent, and ancient consciousness. The story said it did not show itself to many, only to those who walked the high places alone and looked into the dark without fear. It was a watcher, a guardian of secrets older than mankind. That night, my leave officially over, I requested the night patrol. My supervisor was hesitant, but the park was short-staffed, and I was persistent. Once again, I drove up the winding road to Paradise. But this time, everything was different. I left the camera in my truck. I holstered my sidearm, but made no move to check it. I walked up the Skyline Trail not as a hunter, not as a law enforcement officer, but as a visitor. The silence descended as I reached the guardrail, but this time, it felt less like a threat and more like a greeting. It was the same profound, expectant hush. I didn't set up a tripod. I didn't scan the darkness with a flashlight. I just stood, my hands in my pockets, and waited. It emerged from the tree line, a column of living shadow against the stars. It flowed onto the snowfield, closer than ever before. The fear was still there, a faint, primal thrum in the back of my mind, but it was overshadowed by a profound sense of awe. This was not a monster. This was a miracle. It stopped on the trail before me, its form coalescing, its presence a tangible weight in the cold air. I didn't shout. I didn't move. I simply looked at it, trying to convey with my posture, with my stillness, that I meant no harm. I was not here to challenge it. It raised its long, smoky arm just as it had before. The limbs stretched, unspooling across the space between us. My heart hammered against my ribs, but I held my ground. This was not an attack. It was a communication. The tip of the shadowy appendage came to a stop an inch from my forehead. It did not touch me, but I felt it. My mind, my consciousness, suddenly expanded. I was no longer just Lena Petrova, standing on a cold mountain trail. I was the mountain. I felt the grinding of the glaciers, the slow, patient erosion of rock over millennia. I saw the forest grow and recede through countless seasons. I felt the warmth of the sun and the bite of the frost. I saw the sky not as a canopy above, but as an infinite, swirling ocean of which I was a part. Images and sensations flooded my mind. The feeling of roots digging deep into the earth, the silent fall of snow, the brief, bright lives of countless creatures, the passage of stars across aeons. There was no malevolence, no intelligence as I understood it. There was only being, a vast, silent, and eternal consciousness. And then, as quickly as it began, it was over. I was myself again, gasping, my eyes wide. The figure was gone. The air was filled with the familiar sounds of the night. I was alone, but I had never felt less so. I walked back to the ranger station in a daze, the world around me seeming both exactly the same and irrevocably changed. Dave was on duty again. He looked at me as I walked in, a question in his eyes. "Well, quiet on the skyline," I said, my voice steady and calm. I poured myself a cup of coffee, my hands perfectly still. I never spoke of what happened. There were no words for it. Arundel was right. You couldn't explain it without sounding like you'd lost your mind. But something had shifted inside me. The night was no longer a thing to be patrolled or controlled. It was a place of profound wonder. I still walk the high trails in the dark, but the fear is gone, replaced by a deep and abiding respect. I know what shares the silence with me. And sometimes, in the deepest shadows, at the very edge of my vision, I see a tall, thin silhouette against the stars, a silent watcher in the dark. And I am not afraid.